hall and see if you're eligible to donate blood. We're going to help out a lot of people, a lot of children's hospitals as well. So make sure to go check it out. And later on, there will be food trucks again for all of you to check out and get some lunch. But for now, let's take the time and actually meet the teams who will be taking part of our first qualification match of the day. Starting off over here on the Red Alliance, this very first spot. Let's make it loud for the incomparable team of 9994.
From Pearland, Texas, that's Paradox.
And joining them on this match to take on the world, let's welcome back Team 4192.
From Flower Mound, Texas, that's Jaguar Robotics.
And this last spot on the red line is going to incredible 54-27.
From Katy, Texas, that's Steel Talons.
And let's jump on right over to the blue side of the field so we can kick it off with Team 6-2 what?
From Katy, Texas, that's Kryptonite.
And we're moving along, and we're getting to be the pinkest team of them all here on the field. Give it up for Team 2881.
Our number ranked 16 from Austin, Texas, that's Lady Cans.
And looking bright in orange, give it up for Team 4639.
Also from Katy, Texas, that's Robo Spartans.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting our first matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
As we start here for qualification match 44, we have Lady Cans here and our number 6 seed. Right now they want to try and get 6 RPs in order to bring themselves up in the rankings, trying to get themselves a better pick for our alliance selection here at Tier I. Lady Cans gets 2 pieces up in L4. Kryptonite does 2 as well on the red side. Looks like Steel Talons only scores 1. Right now, this looks like a blue lead out of Autonomous. Now we're in the driver control period of our match. Lady Cans just scored an L4. Kryptonite tries to go up, but it looks like they were misaligned a bit. Now grabbing an Algae, going into that net, opening more spaces on that reef to score more coral. As on the reef, there's limited branches, but there's unlimited trough pieces. So if a team can fill up that trough, that's going to be a lot of points for them. Lady Cans right now just knocking out Algae onto the floor, giving them more space as possible to score. Now using their floor intake and tandem with 624 in order to score more pieces onto the reef. 624 misses their piece, but it gets slow, goes into the trough. While on the other side, we have 9994 Paradox. They tried to score on L4, but it looks like they just barely misaligning by a bit. While now we have Steel Talons. They are picking up from the human player station. They got it, and now they're going to come up and score onto the reef. Let's see if they can get it. Looks like they're just aligning themselves a bit, and they got it down. 624 now having an L free coral. Lady Cans also going for an L free. Now they're going to go for an L2. Looks like Blue Alliance here is trying to maximize for that coral RP, as you need six coral on free levels in order to get that coral RP here. 624 looks like now going to try and score again, while Robo Spartans now scoring on L2. 64 just scored on L2 as well. And Lady Cans about scoring L2. We have 9994, they just scored on L4, and Steel Talons are going to follow them doing the same. Red Alliance maximizing your score here with the L4, trying to get the highest points per second possible in order to beat out this Blue Alliance. Right now, 64 is about to go for an L4, but looks like they just barely miss. We got 20 seconds left. We're in our end game. We're going to see teams start to climb soon. Looks like Lady Cans is going to go and score last piece of coral. Now go and climb using her intake. 4192, Jaguar Robotics is now trying to line up and climb. Looks like they missed that cage. Looks like Lady Cans gets up, and that's going to be it for this match. All right, we have scores here. The winners of our first match here on day 2 will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 148 to 74 for red. Blue Alliance is going to come away here with 5 RPs. Lady Cans jumping up to 5th, 64 going up to 22nd, and Robo Spartans going up to 26. But Red Alliance is not going away with nothing. They're going to come away 1 ranking point here.
And we're underway to start qualification match number 45 right here. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance. Taking up this very first spot, let's make it loud for team 3005.
They were the first in champions, or first in Texas district champions. It's RoboChargers.
And they're here to take it. They're here to make the other teams crash out, but they sure are going to take it all to win it. It is team 1477.
The winners of the first in Texas Victoria event, it's Texas of Torque.
And they're here to be the most incomparable team of them all. Make it loud for team 5414.
They are the winners of Impact at the first in Texas District Houston event, it's Paradox.
And we run over to the blue side of the field so we can meet up with a team that just has one question. What's cooking? It is team 9418.
They were the district event finalists at Belton. It's Pasabots.
And joining them on this mission to make this field look a lot more bright orange, make it loud for team 5892.
They were the finalists at Space City. It's Energy Heroes.
And they're ready to jump into this energy with competition. Make it loud for team 6357.
They were also the first in Texas district champions this year. It's Spring Constant.
Driver is behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
As we start here, qualification match 45. We have 3005. Looks like they just run their center leave, making sure they don't do anything else they don't want to here. Paradox, on the other hand, is going to score Looks like multiple coral into the reef. They get a second one in there. That should be it for us. On the field, Energy Heroes had a coral out of auto and immediately scores on L4. 63-57 tries to do the same, but it looks like they just missed that coral. Now they're going for a net of the algae. 30-05 doing the same. 30-05 looks like just focusing on algae here. Looks like they're doing really well on algae. Yesterday they were struggling a bit, but now it looks like they locked in. And now they're scoring multiple algae at the same time. They're going to be a beast here in algae. 30-05 continuing to just work on algae here, making sure everything works out. While we have Texas Torque, looks like they died. We'll see if they can come back here in this match. 30-05 now trying to score a coral. Looks like having to manually line up. Now Paradox coming up at the backside of the reef to score. And 30-05 is going to do the same. While on the blue side of the field, it looks like we got almost all L4s done here from our Blue Alliance. 63-57, going for an L2 now, trying to prioritize the coral ranking point. While 58-92 is going to finish up all L4s and make sure they get the most amount of points possible here. 30-05, now they're done with coral. Now they're going to focus, or they're done with algae. They're going to focus on algae. Looks like they had a coral stuck in their robot for a bit, but it looks like they got it back out. So now they're going to come back and start scoring again on the reef. They're lining up with the reef branch. And it looks like they're going to miss that one piece. 14-77, Texas Torque. Looks like they're back in the game. Let's see if they can continue driving. While we have 54-14, Paradox. They are scoring on L3, 30-05. Now scoring on L2. Let's see if they can get it up. Get it on there. Looks like it's taking them time because they're manual alignment. 58-92. Looks like he's now going to try and score an L3, and they got it in. 64-57. Now scoring on L2. We got 20 seconds left here. We're in an end game period. 63-57 and 58-92 are going to start to go and climb. 14-77 going to do the same for the Red Alliance. Let's see if we're going to have any other climbs here at the end of this match. 30-05 is going to try and go for a clip climb. Looks like that cage just barely misses, and we're not going to see any climbs from that Red Alliance. All right, we have scores up. The winner of this match is going to be the Blue Alliance with a score of 150. The Reds 125. Blue Alliance is going to come away with 5 RPs here. Red Alliance, though, coming away with 1. That means that Texas Torque is going to drop down to the number 6 seed. They're going to need to get more RPs in the next couple of matches in order to rise back up in the rankings.
Underway for qualification match number 46 to keep things up and running over here at TRI this morning. Let's start off with meeting the teams on our Red Alliance's very first spot. It goes to team 323.
From family and community in Mountain Home, Arkansas, it's lights out.
And making the red side of the field look a whole lot more green. Make it loud for team 5829.
From Audi International School in Houston, Texas, that's Audibots.
And taking this last spot, let's make it loud for team 8044.
Right now, the number 2 rank and the winners of the Archimedes division at World Championship, it's Denim Venom.
And we moving over to the blue side of the field to start off with team 68.
They were the Versa Texas Jiu-Jitsu champions this year. That's Valor.
And let's welcome back the incredible 6377.
From ATX Robotics in Austin, Texas, that's Howdy Bots.
And taking over this last spot, competing with their sister team. Make it loud for team 9986.
I'm seeing double here. That also is Valor from Austin, Texas.
Drivers behind the line. We're going to start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
80-44 here, Denim Venom. They need to work hard here to win this match because they're going against 2 Valor robots. 9986 running in the air. Their week 1 through state robot and 68 runners running their world's robot. That's going to be it for our autonomous period. We're going to go into driver control now. 80-44 scores 3-4 in the autonomous period. It looks like now they're going to go for a net, while 9986 and 6800 are now going to go for a net. This is going to be a fire picture for those photographers there for that double net shot. 6800 now loading Coral into their robot. Looks like Audibots is going to go at that trough. Wow, now 6800 going to go at Algae, and 9986 gets an Algae. 9986 is also going to go for an Algae again. Maybe we'll get another good picture for those photographers with that double net score from 9986 and 6800. 80-44 though, not wanting to slow down. They're going to continue to put Algae up in the net as well. 80-44 looks like is going to continue to pick up Algae and score on that reef. They're going to go on that back face, making sure that lights out and Audibots get the shortest possible cycles, because with 80-44's floor intake, they can take the longer cycles, but it won't waste as much time because they can pick up from the floor and don't have to go all the way back to that source. 6800 going up in the net. Almost all the Algae on that blue line side is in the net. 80-44 scoring, just scoring on that back face L4. Now they're going for another piece of Coral, scoring another L4 here. Right now live scoring is showing 123 to 119. 9986 and 6800 are working hard in order to beat 80-44. 6800 is the number 3 rank right now. They want to beat Denim Venom here to seed number 2. 9986 is now going to go up into the net. They're going up and shooting it in. As 80-44 does sustain for the Red Alliance. We got 30 seconds left here. Red Alliance trying to come back with a score. Just about a 10-point deficit here in this match. This is going to be a close match. This might come down to endgame and who's going to climb and who's not. 63-77. It's going to continue to score in that trough for 6800 and 9986. 6800 or 6377 just scored another trough. And now 6800 is going to score on an L3 and now go for a climb. Both Valor robots are going up and climb. 5892 is up. 80-44 is up. Looks like Howdy Bots are just going to go for a park. And it looks like that's going to be it for this match. We're going to get a triple decline from that Red Alliance. A big score here from the Red. This is going to come down to endgame here, folks. All right, we have a score here. It did come down to the climbs. The winner of this match is going to be the Red Alliance with a score of 213 to Blue of 184. This was such a great match here for both alliances. Blue Alliance coming away with 3 RPs and Red Alliance coming away with 6.
All right, welcome back. We are about to get started with Qual 47, but one more quick reminder about the blood drive outside. So if you are over 17 and you weren't able to give yesterday, go ahead and give it a try today. Hopefully you ate some red meat or spinach because that iron test is a tough one. All right, so we're going to start with the red team over here, and our first team on this alliance is 8515.
From Straight Jesuit College Preparatory and St. Agnes Academy, it's Photon.
And then joining them is 10385.
From the Texas Robotics Alliance, it's Cycle Breakers.
Last but not least on the red side, we have 418.
From the Liberal Arts and Science Academy, it's Purple Haze.
All right, over here on blue, we're going to get you started with 9140.
They're from McNeil High School, it's Robobots.
And then, best of all, 7691.
From Tomball Star Academy, it's TSA All-Stars.
And alongside this amazing alliance, we've got, also in, is 5503.
From Smithville High School, it's Tigertrons.
All right, teams, behind the line. We're starting this match in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, we're starting Qual 46 here. We have Photon. They're going to be in the center. Oh, they're going to try and score on L4. Looks like they just need to spin, and they got it on. Wow, Purple Haze, 418. They're on the right side of the field. They just scored an L4. They're going to score another L4 here in driver control. Of course, the L4s and Auton did a 2-point bonus. So getting them as many coral as possible in auto is going to be very important. But on the blue side, we're not going to see nothing from them. We have Robobots. They have their tilted elevator. They slightly, with and it's slanted, but it still scores really well onto the reef. Robobots looks like maybe having a bit of issues with the robot. Might have a coral stuck. 5503 Tigertrons looking to score, but it looks like they're not gonna. They're trying to figure out the right set point. 9140 gets a coral in their robot. They're gonna try and go it up to L2 maybe. We have 8515 Photon. They're trying to shoot. Looks like something might be going wrong with their end effector. Let's see if they can try again. We have 418. Wow, 8515 launches a coral afar. But now we have Lhasa for Purple Haze. They just scored an L4. And now they're getting another piece of coral. And it's getting ready to score again. 8515 lining up again to score on L4. 418 shoots and gets it on. Let's see if Photon gets it down. On the other side, we have 9140 Robobots. They just scored in that net. Now they're going to grab another piece of algae and put it up in the net, but it looks like it just fell out of their end effector. Robobots going for another piece of algae, getting an algae in their end effector, slowly coming across the field. Now they're coming up and going in the net. Looks like they're safely shooting the net, not worrying about any of those penalties, because if you do touch the mesh part of the net, that will be some penalty points. Now Photon going up, trying to climb. Looks like they're having some issues with the cage getting trapped. Let's see if they can get it aligned in this next 5 seconds. Looks like Photon's gonna come up, and it looks like that's gonna be the end of the match. The winner of that match is going to be the Red Alliance. Score of 105 to Blue 70. Red Alliance is going to come away with 4 RPs there. The only robot moving up in the rankings is 10, the 385 Cycle Breakers moving up to 33.
All right, let's meet the teams on the Red Alliance. First, we've got 5070.
That's Gearnautics.
Then give it up for 5431.
That's Titan Robotics.
Then doing a dance, we got 2718.
Team OKCE Possum.
Over here on blue, I think I saw a dino. Yeah, all right. But first, we've got straight from Jersey Village, 4587.
Jersey Voltage.
Joining them here at home, 3847.
Our host team, that's Spectrum.
And there's my shiny dino, 2587.
That's Disco Bots.
All right, and we're getting started. Drivers behind the lines. Match 48 starts in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, now we're here for match 48. 48-47 Spectrum just scored an L4. They're now going to load another piece of coral. Looks like that load just barely misses. Now we can come back to human player station and try again. Let's see if they can get it. And they got the third piece. That's going to be it here for Autonomous. Now we're into driver control. 50-70 looks like moving onto and the trough. And then now 54-31, Titan Robotics. They have a coral up in their end effector. They're going to now score. They're going to dunk that piece into the onto L4. They're going to try again, another L4. 25-87. Disco Bots are also going to do L4 with a similar shape end effector as Titan Robotics. Titan Robotics working very well with that coral, scoring. There's a lot of coral here on L4. It's 27-18, complimenting them, working on that back face, making sure that 54-31 gets shorter cycles as the corals are closer to that front face. 50-70, Gearnautics, they're in every bot. They are trying to get to the human player station. Let's see if they can score any coral in the trough. Looks like 50-70 has a coral in their robot. They're going to try and score now into the trough. On the other side, we have 38-47 Spectrum. Looks like they're trying to station load. Looks like they're having some issues. And now we have 25-87. Disco Bots are going to now start scoring the trough. But it looks like that algae piece bounces out, so that algae piece in the processor won't count. 25-87 going again, and they get that piece into the processor. 25-87 now going into the processor again. Looks like they get it in there. We have 25-87. They're going to start to continue to go at the algae, while we have Spectrum. They are going to start climbing with 21 seconds left. 25-87. It looks like just aligning themselves back up to the cage to go and drive into that cage to go and climb. 45-87 now coming up with that, with their climber. They're up. We're going to see if Spectrum gets up, but it's not, and that's going to be the end of the match. And these scores are ready to be sent up. The winner of our next match is the Red Alliance with a score of 133 to Blue 95. Red Alliance is going to come away here with 4 RPs, while Blue Alliance is going to come with 2. Spectrum and Disco Bots moving down in the rankings. Disco Bot was in the 8th rank, but now they moved down, so they're going to have to climb back up in order to become an Alliance captain.
It's underway for qualification match number 49 right here at TRI. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance. Let's once again welcome back, looking bright and blue, it is team 7492.
With their bot schoolmaster, it's Cavbots.
And fitting perfectly in red, give it up for team 5908.
With their robot giraffe, it's Spartan Robotics.
And taking this last spot on our Red Alliance, let's hear it for team 2882.
It's Nuts and Bolts.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're first meeting up with team 324.
With their bot battle, it's Chips.
And looking great in pink and with the coolest hats in the entire competition. Let's hear it for team 4336.
With their robot Kiss, it's Ramageddon Robotics.
And taking over this last spot on the Blue Alliance. Let's hear it for team 2848.
With their robot Pleco, it's Rangers.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Diving into autonomous period, we see 3 robots from the Blue Alliance moving and 1 from the Red Alliance quickly moving to score. Blue Alliance with 2 coral already scored, with Chips scoring that algae into that processor almost. Jumping into the Atelier period with a score of 23-6. Red has a little bit of catching up to do if they want to have a chance to win this qualification round. Chips is trying to get that algae into that processor. We see Blue Alliance with 4 coral already being scored onto that level 4 Blue Alliance reef. We see 2882 knocking off that algae off the reef, probably to make more room for coral to be scored. We see 7492 at the coral station, zooming right back to the Red Alliance station to try and score onto that level 2 reef. We see 2848 try to score that algae into the blue barge, but had bounced out. We see Ramageddon Robotics scoring that coral onto the level 3 Blue Reef. 28-82, spinning around, trying to think of what they want to do. 28-48 is going to go ahead and try and score that algae into the barge. It was successful. We see 59-08 got accidentally stuck onto that algae. We'll see if their partner 28-82 can get them free. 43-36 is continuing to score some more coral onto the Blue Reef. 74-92 carrying the Red Alliance and scoring that coral, trying to catch up to the Blue Alliance. We have 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining as all 6 teams are continuing to score. We see that 59-08 got free from the algae. We'll see if they can catch up. 59-08 throwing that coral into that Red Alliance reef. 3-2-4 trying to pick up that coral off the ground and score it into that level 1 trough, which they do so successfully. We see Blue Alliance having 2 out of 3 reef levels completed in order to try and get that reef ranking point. 59-08 picking up another coral from the coral station and making their way back to the Red Alliance reef. Ramageddon trying to score that coral onto that level 4 reef, which they do. 324 trying to pick up an algae. We'll see what they do with that. Actually, they're actually going to go ahead and get ready for that end game, which just started. Let's see if 324, their bot battle, can climb that cage. Every other robot still scoring those last second points. We see Chips lifting up into the air. We'll see if Ramageddon can also lift their bot into the air. 28-82 going ahead and parking, as well as 74-92. And that's the match. We have scores coming up on the scoreboard right now. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 137-58. Blue Alliance going ahead and taking all 6 ranking points from that match. We see Chips moving up to the top 8 position alongside 43-36 at 9th.
And we're ready to kick off qualification match number 50 right here today. Let's start off with our Red Alliance taking over this very first spot. Let's make it loud for Team 4192.
With their robot Ralph, it's Jaguar Robotics.
And bringing gold back on the field, let's hear it for Team 118.
With their robot Firefly, it's the Robonauts.
And taking this last spot on the Red Alliance, let's hear it for Team 4639.
With their robot Heart of the Sea, it's the Robo Spartans.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where this first spot, this team just has one question. What time is it? 25:82.
With their robot Nessie, it's Pantherbots.
And joining them on this mission to win the match, let's hear it for Team 1477.
With their bot Crash Out, it's Texas Torque.
And taking this last spot on the Blue Alliance, what's cooking? 9418.
With their robot All Dent, it's Pasta Bots.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Getting into the autonomous period, we currently have the #1 ranked bot and the ranked 6 bot facing each other off in this qualification. We'll see if either of their ranks will go up or down at the end of this match. Currently in autonomous, we have Blue Alliance with 3 coral and Red Alliance with 4 coral. We're getting into tele-off with a score of 37-30, a very close score with 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Currently, we see Texas Torque grabbing that algae, and they're probably going to replace it with that coral. We see 94-18 scoring that coral. 118, Robonauts are throwing that algae into the barge. Almost Texas Torque making that algae as well. We see 25-82 with that coral in hand, trying to score it. 46-39, picking up a coral from the coral station and zooming right back towards the Red Alliance reef. We see 118 now scoring for the 3rd level reef, while their alliance partners will handle the rest of the 4th level. Looks like 4192 is waiting for a coral before they head back to the Red Alliance reef as well. 2582 Panther Bots almost throwing that coral into the level 2 reef, but bouncing right back out the reef. Looks like a piece of 9418's bumpers on the ground. We see 4192 about to score that coral onto that level 3 reef. 118 continuing to throw that coral into the reef as fast as possible. We have a score of 104-56 with a minute remaining on the clock. We'll see if Blue can make up for that deficit. 46-39 picking up that coral and making their way back also to the coral reef. Looks like 2582 is going to stay in that tall position. Looks like there's a coral underneath their elevator, kind of preventing their elevator from going down all the way. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get ready for that endgame climb with 32 seconds remaining. 1477 also looks like they're going to get ready for that endgame as well. Panther Bots climbing already with 25 seconds remaining, but landing right back on the ground. We'll see if they can try again. 4192 also lining up for that endgame as we just officially entered it. 118 still continuing the score while they also get ready to line up and climb. 2582 climbing once again. Hopefully they can stay back up. 118 quickly climbing like they make it so easy. We have 3 seconds remaining as 4639 continues to grab some coral. And that's the end. We have scores coming up for that last qualification match. it's going to be a Red Alliance victory here with us today. With a score of 161 to 75, Red Alliance is going to go ahead and take all 6 ranking points for that match. Blue Alliance still coming out with 2 ranking points from that Autonomous and Barge.
Ready to kick off match 51 right here again. Let's start off with the Red Alliance, the very first team we're meeting up. Let's welcome back team 9986.
With their robot Value Valor, it's 9986 Valor.
They're here. It's imperative to their alliance that they become part of this team. They're gonna be in. It's imperative for them to be part of the alliance. Give it up for team 5414.
With their bot Brownout, it's Paradox.
And let's make it loud for this last team. It is team 10,014.
With their bot Loch Ness, it's Rebellion.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we are firstly meeting up with team 5829.
With their robot Rave Rider, it's Audiobots.
And joining them on this mission to win the match, let's make it loud for team 5427.
With their robot Ace, it's Steel Talons.
And looking bright in pink, let's hear it for team 2881.
With their bot Scylla, it's Lady Cans.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Getting into the 51st qualification, we see all the robots almost moving around. Red Alliance with 2 coral scored, make it 3, make it maybe 4. Blue Alliance with 2 coral scored. We see 5427 lined up for that reef perfectly when it gets into the teleoperator period. With a score of 37 to 23, Red has a slight lead. We'll see if they can keep that lead for the rest of this match. We see 5829 Audiobots about to score their coral onto the 4th level reef, which they do. We see Value Valor dropping that algae into the barge. Rebellion almost scoring that coral into the reef, but sliding right back out. 5414, however, comes by and puts that coral in to make up for that. We see 2881 about to slap that algae out of the reef, while 5427 picks up the algae and goes over to the barge to drop it off. Valor picking up that algae and dropping it right back out, going straight into the coral station to pick up a coral instead. More algae flying off the reefs and landing onto the floor. to make room for all that coral to be put in instead. 54-27 about to throw that coral into the top level reef. We'll see if they can land it correctly. 2081 putting in that coral in their place. 54-27 slamming into that coral station to pick up a coral. We see Value coming over to the blue side of the field to play some defense against Lady Cans. We see Rebellion going ahead and throwing coral onto the reef. However, I think it slid right out. They're going to go ahead and pick up more coral off the ground, and 54-14 going ahead and scoring onto that third level reef. We see Lady Can still picking up coral off the ground to pick up, but tossing it out and missing. We see Valor blocking 58-29. 58-29 almost getting stuck onto that algae. We'll see if 54-27 can grab that algae off of that reef, it looks like. Rebellion sliding that coral onto the level 4 reef, as well as Paradox. 58-29 about to land their coral onto their reef as well. We have 20 seconds remaining as we enter the end game. A close score of 81-96. Climbs will matter for this, and we'll see if we can get any spots that can climb. 99-86 being the first spot to climb in this round. We'll see if Lady Cans follow suit. Looks like 58-29 also climbing, as well as 54-27, and that's the end. We have scores coming up for that qualification round. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here today, with a score of 138-100. Blue Alliance is going to have 5 ranking points in that round, while Red will have 2 ranking points. Lady Cans will stay at 4th, while 58-29 moves up to 9th.
All right, let's introduce these alliances over here on Red. We're starting out strong with 76-91.
With their robot Manta Ray, it's TSA All-Stars.
And alongside the All-Stars, we got 10-3-85.
With their robot Endeavor, it's Cycle Breakers.
Finishing out our Red Alliance, 58-92.
With their bot Typhoon, it's Energy Heroes.
And then over here on blue, we've got 99-94.
With their robot Paradox, the sequel, it's Paradox.
The sequel. All right, and then we've got 6800.
With their robot Deadlock, it's Valor.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, Team 10-118.
The Big Ten with their Everybot, or is it really an Everybot?
All right, and here we go for Qual 52. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting into the 50-second qualification, we see the Big Ten blocking Valor and their autonomous while they try to score. Red Alliance with 1 coral, 2 coral perhaps almost being scored for the Red Alliance. Paradox with their coral in hand, landing the second coral for the Blue Alliance. We have a score of 16-14, 16-23 heading into the teleoperation period. Valor picking up that algae, going over to the bars to try and score it. 10-3-85 Cycle Breakers about to land that coral into their reef, as well as Energy Heroes in the back. Valor continuing to score some coral while the Big Ten is picking up coral off the ground to try and score. We see Paradox try to land that coral, but slid right back onto the floor. Cycle Breakers scoring that coral and going back to the coral station. All teams focusing on offense in this period with no defense currently being played. However, things could always change with 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Energy Heroes and Cycle Breakers scoring that coral back to back next to each other. 1600 Valor scoring coral onto that 3rd level reef. So far, both alliances have 1 out of 3 coral levels completed to get that coral reef ranking point. 7691 with a coral in hand, thinking about where they want to put that coral exactly. Paradox doing the same, getting lined up with that coral at the same time as the Big Ten scoring onto that level 2. Blue Alliance with 2 out of 3 coral levels in completion. Energy Heroes with another coral in hand. We'll see what they do. 7691 with its mechanisms touching the ground. Looks like they're trying to pick up that coral off that ground as well. 6800 Valor and Team Paradox trying to score that coral onto the 4th level reef. The Big Ten on the back of the field looking for a coral to find and put onto the reef as well. Blue Alliance's reef getting almost completely full. It looks like over half of it is completed from my view. Looks like 6800 Valor is continuing to put algae into that barge. Energy Heroes about to land that coral onto that 4th level reef. Cycle Breakers also getting ready to grab that algae off the reef. We'll see if they put it in the processor or into the barge as we enter 17 seconds left into the autonomous period. The end game. We have the Big Ten lining up for that cage as well as 6800 Valor. We'll see if 5892 also gets ready to climb. Red Alliance has 2 shallow cages set up with 1 deep cage. We'll see if they climb onto those shallow cages. The Big Ten and 6800 Valor lifting up into the air as we enter the end of our match. We have scores confirmed and being put up on the big screens right now. With the score of a win of Blue Alliance winning this match. A score of 144-106. Blue Alliance coming away with all 6 ranking points, while Red Alliance will still gain 1 ranking point. 6800 Valor keeping their 3rd position, while 10-118 and 99-94 move up slightly in the ranks.
All right, let's meet our Red Alliance for match number 53. Starting out over here with 624. 6-2 what?
That's Kryptonite with their robot Calypso.
All right, and joining them in red, we got 5070.
With their robot Pop Trunk, it's Gearnautics.
And then over here, rounding out the Red Alliance is 3005.
With their robot Relay, it's Robochargers.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 5503.
With their bot Tiger Shark, it's Tigertrons.
And then joining them in their sharp yellow blazers, 8044.
With their bot Tugboat, it's Denim Venom.
Ready for their moves is 2718.
With their bot Dell Di-Fi the fourth, it's Team OKC.
Sorry, I moved too fast.
No, I told him, I said, you got to make sure you update the name in the dashboard.
Yeah.
So I think that-
Go. Here we go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting into the autonomous period, currently we have the winners of the Archimedes division this year and the winner of the Texas State Championship facing each other off in qualification number 53 of the Texas Robotics Invitational. Currently, Blue Alliance has 3 corals scored onto the top reef, while Red Alliance currently has 0. We have a current score of 12-30 as we enter the teleoperation period. Denim Venom picking up that algae and going over to the barge to try and score it, while Robochargers drops that coral off into that reef. Looks like Kryptonite's going to go ahead and also score some algae to counteract the other algae being scored the other barge. Currently, 2 algae about to be scored into the barge in each respective alliance. 2718 Team OKC is dropping off a coral onto that level 4 reef. 5070 with a coral in its hand, about to go ahead and drop it off in that level 1 trough, it looks like. Team 624 dropping off coral onto that level 3 rank. Looks like they're going to try and get that ranking point by fulfilling each of the coral reef levels. 3005 Robochargers about to drop that coral onto that level 3 reef. Denim Venom also putting some coral onto that level 3 reef as well. A current score of 88-56. Looks like things can still change with plenty of time remaining on that clock. All teams looks like they're focusing, or actually, Team 5503 is going to go ahead and play some defense on the red side of the field against Robochargers, knocking that coral off, making them waste more time trying to pick up coral as the score continues to differentiate with a score of 112-64. 2718 going ahead and putting more coral onto that reef. Same thing as Denim Venom picking up coral off that ground and putting it onto that level 4 reef. 5070 trying to push 5503 out of the way to make space for Robochargers to pick up coral off the ground. We see 8044 throwing that coral in and about to grab that algae and also try and put it into that barge. We have 32 seconds remaining with both teams continuing to try and score. Blue Alliance with 3 out of 3 coral reef levels completed, which means they're probably going to get that coral reef ranking point at the end of this match. Team OKC getting lined up and ready to climb for that end game that we just entered in. 3005 still continuing to score. Same thing as 624 Kryptonite. Looks like Team OKC is going to go ahead and climb first with Denim Venom following suit. 3005 is also going to go ahead and climb. Same time as 5070. Looks like they're going to try and park. And that's the end of our match with a current preliminary score of 119-147. We have scores ready for qualification number 53. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here with us today. With a score of 163 to 135, Blue Alliance is going to go ahead and take all 6 ranking points, but Red Alliance is still going to go and take 3 ranking points from the auto, the barrage, and the reef bonus.
All right, we're ready to meet the Red Alliance. Give it up for our first team over here, 323.
A family community team from Mountain Home, Arkansas. It's Lights Out.
And joining them on the Red Alliance is 7492.
From the Woodlands College Park High School, it's Cavbots.
And rounding out that Red Alliance, it is 324.
From the Clear Creek Independent School District, it's Chips.
Over here on the blue side of the field, we're going to start with 8370.
From Patricia Pato High School, it's Glow with the Flow.
Glowing it up with them is 418.
From the Liberal Arts and Science Academy, it's Purple Haze.
And right here at the end is 2848.
From the Jesuit College Prep School, it's Rangers.
Are we good? All right, and we're going to get started. Drivers behind the line. Starting out in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We're jumping into this match rapidly as all 6 robots are moving autonomously in this autonomous period. 323 and 324 both scoring a coral, while Chips is going to grab that algae and make their way towards the processor. 2848 scoring some more coral. Looks like Glow with the Flow is going to go also back to the coral station as Purple Haze takes their turn first in picking up a coral. 2848 and 418 quickly dropping that coral onto the Blue Alliance reef. 323 Lights Out trying to score that algae into the barrage, but accidentally bounces out. 324, their number neighbor, is going to go ahead and score some coral onto that reef. 323 also following suit. 2848 try to score that algae, but bouncing right back out. 8370 waiting for a coral to be put into its robot as it takes it right back to the reef to score. 2848 knocking that algae out, making some more room for some coral to be put in. 323 Lights Out from Arkansas is going to go ahead and grab that coral from the ground and score onto that level 4. 324 Chips is going to go ahead and put that coral also onto the level 3 and also pick up more coral off the ground. 2848 visiting the Red Alliance field, however, immediately getting stuck onto an algae. We'll see if they can get themselves free for the end game in about 1 minute. 8370 Glow with the Flow is going to go ahead and try and pick up some coral from the coral station while Purple Haze is scoring onto that level 2 reef. Both alliances with 1 out of 3 coral reef levels completed. They both need 2 more coral levels completed if they want to get that coral ranking point before the end of the match. 2848 freeing themselves off from that algae. Now going to go ahead and play some defense against Lights Out. 7492 Cavbots is going to go and slam into their teammate before making their way into the coral station to pick up some more coral. Glow with the Flow doing their thing, picking up some more coral as their partner 418 Purple Haze is going to almost throw that algae into the processor, but bouncing right back out. 2848 playing some tough defense against Lights Out, trying to take their lights out. 324 Chips is bouncing that algae around. They're going to try and see if they can scoop it into that processor. Looks like Glow on the Flow is going to get themselves ready for that endgame cage, trying to find the perfect angle to climb that cage. 2848 still hanging out the Red Alliance field. We'll see if they will go back to their blue barge zone as Purple Haze is still taking the extra time to score some more coral onto that level 3 reef. Red Alliance with 3 out of reef levels completed, meaning that they're probably going to get that coral ranking point as 324 and 323 both climb before the end of this match. We have scores posted right now for that last qualification. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory here today with a score of 150-97. Red Alliance is going to come away with all 6 ranking points, while Blue Alliance will still maintain that 1 ranking point. 324 Chips going to keep that 5th rank, while their number neighbor 323 is going to climb up to that 19th rank.
Attention teams, we'd like to remind all of you that there is a blood drive going on outside the main hall. If you are over 17 years old, you can go out the main hall and check if you're eligible to donate blood. We're going to be helping out some people. So be sure to go drop by, check if you can donate blood, and just spend a good 30 to 45 minutes over there helping out others. There is a blood drive, so make sure to go out the main hall in case you want to check that out. Match number 55 is ready for us to introduce you and welcome back the teams on the field. Let's start off with the red side of the field. Let's hear it for team 9140.
From McNeil High School, it's the Robobots.
And joining us on this mission, make this alliance look a lot more purple. Give it up for team 8515.
From the Strake Jesuit College Preparatory School in St. Agnes Academy, it's Photon.
And they're ready to shock your socks off. It is team 4587.
From Jersey Village High School, it's Jersey Voltage.
And we move on over to the blue side of the field where we are firstly meeting up with team 6377.
From ATX Robotics, it's Howdy Bots.
And joining them looking bright in yellow and purple, it is team 2882.
From Morin Ranch High School, it's Nuts and Bolts.
And this last spot on the Blue Alliance is being taken by team 6357.
From Dripping Springs High School, it's the Spring Constant.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Getting into the autonomous period, robots are moving by themselves as they're scoring their coral and grabbing algae from the reef. We see 9140 grabbing that coral from the coral station and making their way back to the reef to score. We see 6357 about to get ready to score that algae for the barge. We're now getting into tele-operated period where human players now control their robots. 6377 Howdy Bots is going to pick up that coral off the ground while their partners, the Spring Constant, drops that coral off and grabs an algae from that reef to go ahead and score into that barge potentially. 4587 Jersey Voltage about to put that coral into the reef but accidentally sliding out. 9140 with a coral in its mechanism, getting itself free from that so they can grab another coral to score. 6357 Spring Constant is dropping that coral off into the reef, while 6377 scores that coral onto the level 1 trough. 2882 is figuring out what they want to do before they get fully moving. 9140 is going to go ahead and grab that coral from the coral station and make their way back to the reef. All 6 robots focusing on offense instead of playing any defense robots to try and get that score up quickly. It is a close score of 48-57 with 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining. 6377 picking up more coral off the ground to take back to their trough. Spring Constant also picking up coral from the coral station to score on the high-level reef. Both alliances all working to get that coral quickly onto the reef to try and get that reef bonus. Blue Alliance has 2 out of 3 core reef levels completed, while Red has 1. Both teams need to have, or either team needs to have 3 out of 3 reef levels completed with at least 6 core each in order to get that coral ranking point. Scores are neck to neck as is 66-67 with 40 seconds remaining. Either winner can happen today, folks. 4587 Jersey Vultures is now going to go ahead and play some defense against the Spring Constant and 2882 Nuts and Bolts, while Howdy Bots is going to go ahead and keep scoring on that level 1 trough. We're now about to enter the end game in about 2 seconds, while 4587 Jersey Voltage is about to get ready to climb for that end game cage. Same thing as 8515 Photon, also about to climb. We'll see if any of the teams today will climb in qualification number 55 of the Texas Robotics Invitational. Spring Constant and 2882 are getting lined up as well. We have 3 seconds remaining. We'll see if any teams can climb with that much of time. Looks like 8515 is going to go ahead and climb with 0 seconds remaining. We have scores coming up for that last qualification match. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here today with a score of 108 to 92, pretty close. We have Blue Alliance coming away with 3 ranking points for the win, while Red Alliance will still maintain that 1 ranking point.
And let's kick off match 56 right here on CRI, starting over with the red side of the field. Very appropriately placed. It is team 5908.
This is their 10th season. That's Spartan Robotics.
And they got the coolest and cutest mascot on the entire event. Make it loud for team 2587.
With their robot ABBA, it's Disco Bots.
And joining them over this mission to win the match, let's hear it for team 4336.
From Lafayette, Louisiana, it's Ramageddon Robotics.
And hopping over to the blue side of the field, we've got a very interesting alliance over here. We got 2 of the winners of last year's TRI. Let's see if they can duplicate it this year. Make it loud for team 5431.
From Plano, Texas, it's Titan Robotics.
And twinning in purple, let's hear it for team 3847.
From Houston, it's Spectrum. Go team.
And making this lines look a lot more pink, let's hear it for team 9991.
From Austin, Texas, it's Lady Cans. Go team.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
As we start qualification match 56, we have Spectrum missing their first piece of coral. Now gonna try again. Looks like their second try works. Looks like they missed a core from the human player load. While 9991 gets free in that trough there. Looks like Blue's going to come out with a marginal lead here. 54-31. Tries to intake a coral. Looks like they're just going to try an intake with their ground intake. While on the other side, we have Ramageddon. They're the source robot. And with a very unique architecture, they're going to continue to go up and score. The robot looks like they have a fuel disconnect. Let's see if they're having any issues here. 2587 goal. 2587 Disco Bots. Looks like they're trying to move. Looks like something's stuck inside their robot. And we have 5431 Titan Robotics. They're now scoring on L4. Spectrum doing their human player load. They got a coral in their end effector. And as they go line to score, Titan scores. We got a minute 30 left in this match. 2587 Disco Bots. They are going to the processor and they just scored an algae in there. 5431. It's now going to score a second coral onto the reef. Spectrum looks like misses their piece. They're going to try again. Spectrum now goes onto L4. Titan Robotics now trying to do L4 as well. Looks like it's down. Spectrum now doing the human player load. We got a red blue flag waving from our referees. We'll see what that's about later. 5431 tries to do out free, but it looks like they missed. It looks like now Spectrum is beached on an algae. Looks like they get themselves on beach. So now they're gonna go and maybe do more coral. We got 27 seconds left. Spectrum's gonna go and climb. They're gonna bring down their climber. Let's see if they can go up. 5431. They just scored an L3. Spectrum slowly trying to come up. Looks like so Spectrum's up. 2587 now lining to go up for it. They're just going to stay in park. 5908 going to try and score in the process, but that's going to be it for this match. All right, and we have a score ready here. The winner of this match will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 95 to Red 78. Blue Alliance so is going to come away here with 5 RPs. That's going to move Spectrum up to 11, getting them closer to that Alliance captain spot. 5431 getting up to 19th. Red Alliance so coming away with 1.
And we're prepared to kick off match 57 over here. Let's start by meeting up the teams on the field. Taking up this very first spot, this team just has one question. What's cooking? It's
From
94-18.
From the Woodlands High School, it's Pasabots.
And they're here to make a perfect impression this time around. Let's hear it for team 99-94.
From Pearland, Texas, that's Paradox.
And let's hear for this last spot on the Red Alliance. Make it loud for team 10-3-85.
The Space City District winners, that's Cycle Breakers.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field. This team has another question for you. It is, what time is it? It's 25-85.
The winners of the San Antonio District event, it's Pantherbots.
Sorry. And we move on over alongside them on the Blue Alliance. Let's hear it out for team 58-29.
From Audi International School, it's Audibots.
And taking over this last spot, it's imperative that they make the game on this alliance, that they get all the points they can. It is team 54-14.
Also from Pearland, Texas, it's Paradox.
Drivers, behind the line. We're kicking this match right off on 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
As we start qualification match 57, we have Paradox's B team 9994. Looks like they tried to score L4, but they missed. But the other Paradox robot has made it. Looks like that's going to be the end of our autonomous period. Now we're going into driver control. We have 5414 Paradox on blue and 9994 Paradox's B team on red. So this is a Paradox versus Paradox battle right now. We have Cycle Breakers. They just picked up from the Coral Station. Now they're going up to L4 on that back face. Looks like they shoot and miss. And now we have 9994. They just scored on L4, while the other Paradox team scores as well. And with their partners, Audibots, 2582 Pantherbots. They're going to try and score L2, and they get it down. 5414 Paradox is going to try and shoot on L4, but it looks like they just missed. Audibots now going for an L3. Looks like Paradox on red-blue is going to try and price for that core RP. As now we have 9994. They're going to go into the Coral Station. They're going to try and take their piece. They get it on. Cycle Breakers try to score an L4. Looks like I hear some cracking from the robot. That might not be good for them. 9994 just scored one on L4. While 5414 looks like they're stuck on an algae. And their partners, Audibots, gets them off. Some good coordination there from the Alliance. 2582 though. Since they don't have to worry about Paradox being beat, they're going to continue to score. Make sure they still get those points wherever possible. We have 48 seconds left. 9418 Pasabots. Looks like they're trying to ground intake. Maybe in algae, maybe in coral. We'll see. Looks like they're going to go up. They're going to maybe try and go and climb. 9418 Pasabots. They're going into that cage. They're latching on. And it looks like they're going to start to go up. Let's see if Pasabots is going to go up or not. We got 23 seconds left. Pasabots latched into that cage. Cycle Breakers now trying to go and climb as well with Pasabots. We got 5 seconds left. And it looks like that's going to be it for this match. We have scores ready to go up. And it's going to be a win for that Blue Alliance. We got to score 122 to Red 86. Blue's going to come away with 5 RPs there. That's going to keep Body Bots in 7th. Move Panforbots up to 25th, 54-14 to 25th. And Red Alliance is going to come away with 2 RPs as well.
All right, let's introduce the teams on this Red Alliance for qualification match 58. We're starting out strong with 27-18.
From Oklahoma City, and Team OKC Possum.
Alongside them is another strong team, 99-86.
From Austin, Texas, and your number 6 ranked team, it's Valor.
And in this Powerhouse Alliance, we've got 58-92.
From Houston, Texas, and your number 9 ranked team, it's Energy Heroes.
Over here on the blue side, we got some strength here, starting with 46-39.
From Seven Lakes High School, it's Robo Spartans.
Followed by 10,000.
From Prosper, Texas, it's Rebellion.
And finishing out very strong with my personal favorite, 76-91.
From Tomball, Texas, it's TSA All-Stars.
All right, we have a thumbs up. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, we're here for qualification match 58. We got 9986, that's Valor. They are scoring onto L4. They got 3 so far. They're now going to go for number 4. 27-18, scores 1. Scores 1 on L4 as well. That's going to enter autonomous period. Now we're going into driver control. 9986. They are going to score another L4 while 5892 is going to go in the system. Energy Heroes, they are a number 9 ranked team. If they want to rise above and guarantee themselves an Alliance captain spot, they have to get 6 RPs here in order to surpass the number 8 ranked team. We got 9986. They are going to pick up a piece of algae and scoring into the net. Valor, always really consistent with scoring in the net since the beginning of the season. Up 58-92. Energy Heroes, they've been consistently going to the to the Coral Station and scoring onto L4, L3, and L2. They have a really consistent lineup and shooting here from their end effector. 9986 tries to grab an algae, but it just falls out of their end effector. While on the blue line side, we have TSA All-Stars. Looks like they have a coral stuck in their robot. Let's see if they can get it unstuck. While 10,014, they are using their floor intake to pick up coral and dunk it onto the reef. They have a coral in their possession. They're going to score on L2. Looking back at the other side, Red Alliance looks like needs 2 more levels in order to complete that coral RP. Looks like they're super close. Now they need just 1 more level to complete it. Looks like they just need to finish off L2 in order to get that coral RP. Can they do it in the last 50 seconds of this match? Energy Heroes now scoring at L2 in order to get that RP. We got 10,014 Rebellion. They're going to stay on that front face. Make sure to get the shortest travel times possible for the cycles. 9986. That is Valor. They're going to continue to load into the human player station. Looks like they got a core on their robot. We got 25 seconds left. 2718 is going to start to go climb. Team OKC Possum. Engineer's going to go climb, and Valor's going to go climb. We're going to maybe see a triple deep from Red Alliance. Can we see any climbs from Blue Alliance? Let's see. Looks like Valor's up. Possums are up. Let's see if Energy Heroes can go up. And looks like that's going to be the end of our match. We have a score ready. Coming up on the screen. The winner of our next lecture is going to be the Red Alliance. With a score of 159, Red Alliance is going to come away with 6 RPs here. Moving Energy Heroes up to 8th. They needed those 6 here, so now they're guaranteed to be an Alliance captain here. We got 5 more matches here until we do Alliance selection for eliminations.
I was just talking to Alan, I go, little powerhouse. He goes, oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to start off introducing qualification 59 over here on the Red Alliance side. We are starting with 54-27.
From Katy, Texas, that's Steel Talons.
Also riding in red is 28-48.
From Dallas, Texas, that's Rangers.
And ready to go is 118.
From Houston, Texas, that's the Robonauts.
Over here in blue, we got the other Clear Creek, 3, 2, 4.
From Friendswood, Texas, that's Chips.
And joining them is 5503.
From Smithville, Texas, that's Tigertrons.
On the Blue Alliance, but wearing beautiful red, is 5070.
From Houston, Texas, that's Gear Nautics.
Alrighty, we are ready to start qual 59. In 3, 2, 4, dive.
As we start qualification match 59, we have two teams from the same alliance that made it to Einstein, 324 and 118. 118 right in there, 4-piece Auton. 118 has now scored free. Chips has run their Algae Auto. Looks like that center auto is what got him to Einstein Field. Looks like 118 is going to continue to score Coral up. Looks like something is wrong with their grabbing. They get a Coral. Now they're going to bring it up to the net. Steel Talon's going to follow them. Steel Talon's overshoots and misses. Now we're going to see some defense from 55 Free. Going to play defense against the Red Alliance. But that's not going to stop 118 because of their Coral intake. 54-27. Is going to try to score the net, but they missed both times. 55 Free looks like has a course like the room, so going to play defense. It looks like they are getting penalties though for double possessing because they're moving a Coral in a preferred direction. 3-2-4 Chips. They are scoring a lot of game pieces here on the Reef. Looks like they're having some issues with scoring on L4 depending on where that Coral is placed. Looks like now we're going to try and take that Algae out, and they do. 118 though continuing to score, not stopping, even with the defense from 55 Free. 55 Free still getting penalties. So they're giving away free points to that Red Alliance. 118 want to try to get a high score here possible just to keep that keep the ranking tiebreaker between them and 8044 Denim Venom. Right now 118 is the #1 ranked team. But if their average match score goes down, that's going to mean Denim Venom's going to rise above them. 118 is going to go again onto the Reef, and they're going to score on L4. And now we have 30 seconds left. 118 looks like Red Alliance has to score 174 to Blues 61. 118 is now going to score on the barge. They're now going to pick up a Algae from the floor, and now we're going to score that in the barge as well. We have 20 seconds left here. Looks like now 118 is going to finish off L4. And now they're going to go and climb. They got the core RP. Now they just got to go up and climb. Get another rub at the park for that barge RP. 118 looks like is up off the ground. 54-27 now going to try and climb. Looks like they are latched on. All they have to do is lift up. That's not enough time, and that's going to be the end of the match. And teams, just a reminder, for Alliance selection, you must send one representative to the Blue Alliance side wall. So please send your representative for Alliance selection to the Blue Alliance side wall.
One more reminder, the Bloodmobile will be out front past the entrance for another hour and a half. So if you are 17 and up and haven't yet gone, now's a good time.
I have. I donated blood. You should too. Yeah. Who? All right, we have a score ready here. The winner of this match will be the Red Alliance. And staying in the #1 seed will be 118. So now they're going to figure out who they're going to pick here for Alliance selection. So 118 is going to get 6 RPs here and stay in that #1 seed.
All right, as we prepare for this next match, please make sure all teams are sending their delegation to the wall on the blue side of the gymnasium. All right, let's introduce our Red Alliance, starting with 68.
That's Valor.
All right, next to them in their signature pink, 2881.
The Lady Cans.
And rocking the purple and gold, 2882.
Nuts and Bolts.
And on the Blue Alliance, we will start out strong with our neat and tidy polos, 3005.
Robochargers.
Glowing it up with them is 8370.
Glow with the flow.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 9140.
The Robobots.
All right, qual 60 ready to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting into qualification 60, we see almost all the robots moving autonomously with 1 second left. Red Alliance with 5 coral score, while Blue Alliance has 2 scored. We see 6800 Valor grabbing that algae from the Red Alliance, while 3005 Robocharger scores out algae at the same time before them. 3005 quickly getting rid of all their algae into that barge ASAP. 6800 Valor switching to coral. Meanwhile, 9140 Robobots is going to go ahead and try and grab that algae from that reef. 8370 Glow with the Flow hanging out at the coral station, waiting for a coral to be put into its robot. 2881 Lady Cans also grabbing coral off the ground. Red Alliance has a rank 3 and a rank 4 robot on their team. We'll see how much they can increase the score. About 3005, 9140, and Glow with the Flow work together to catch up in score. Already, both alliances have 1 out of 3 coral reef levels completed with at least 6 coral on each level. Just a reminder that each coral level needs to have at least 6 coral in order to get that completion for the coral ranking point. Teams are rapidly completing their coral reefs, while 8370 Glow with the Flow is on the red side of the field to play some defense against the Red Alliance. 3005 and 9140 working together to complete that coral on that Blue Alliance side. 6800 about to grab that algae from the reef and probably going to take it to that red barge as they score quickly to get some of that extra points. 2881 getting more coral off the ground in order to score onto that red coral. 3005 and 9140 still doing their thing, putting that coral onto that Blue Alliance, while their partner 8370 continues to play some defense against 2881. However, they're able to pick up coral off the ground, so we'll see how effective that defense is. 6800 almost putting that algae into that barge, but bouncing right out because that barge is getting full, and so it's harder to put more algae into that barge. 2882 and 2881 robot partners are going to go ahead and keep scoring, while Lady Cans will now line up for that deep cage. Same thing with 8370 and 9140, the Robobots, as they lift off from the ground first. We see Lady Cans also lifting off, while 6800 Valor will also lift off from the ground. Blue Alliance has 1 robot lifted off, while 2 looks like they have 2 lifted off from the ground, as this match ends with a close score of 122 to 114. Scores are already ready and going to be posted onto the big screens here. It's a close one with Red Alliance winning this match with a score of 150 to 125. Red Alliance are going to go ahead and take all 6 ranking points, solidifying Valor's and Lady Can's spot at 3rd or 4th respectively, while Blue Alliance will still gain 2 ranking points from their performance on this match.
Attention teams. Make sure you're sending your delegation to the Blue Alliance side wall. Also, lunch will be 12 to 1 after Alliance selection. This is match 61 of only 63. We're getting real close. So let's meet our teams. Starting out the Red Alliance is all the way from Conroe, 1477.
The team with the most torque, it's Texas Torque.
And real close to home, we have 8515.
The team with the 3 dynos in their pits, it's Photon.
And assisting them here on the Red Alliance, 5431.
From Plano, Texas, it's Titan Robotics.
On the blue side, we're starting out with 624.
The team with the
621.
radioactive green, it's Kryptonite.
All right, and then we've got also shiny in pink, 9991.
The team with the cookies, it's Cookie Monster.
And lighten it up, last but not least, 323.
From Arkansas, it's Lights Out.
And we have a thumbs up. So Qual 61 is starting in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting into qualification 61, we have all teams moving around, dropping off coral at their respective reefs. We see Blue Alliance already with 2 coral being scored, almost 3, while Red Alliance is going to almost plant their second coral. For now, it's just 1 coral at the Red Alliance. Both teams tossing coral into the reefs, hoping it lands. But we're going to get into teleop with the score of 16 to 26 to start off. Blue with a slight lead, while 624 and Lights Out are working together immediately to put some coral, while Cookie Monster drops that coral onto that level 1. 5431, trying to throw that algae into that barge. 1477 Texas Tour going to go to their coral station to pick up some coral and probably go ahead and score that at the reef, while Photon just dropped theirs off and probably going to go back to that coral reef. All 6 teams are playing offense with no defense being played currently. They're trying to get the most amount of points before this match ends. Texas Torque about to drop off their first algae of the match. However, it bounces right out. 323 Lights Out are going to grab their algae, and we're going to see if they're going to score it onto that barge. 624 continuing to drop off some coral onto that coral reef. Kryptonite now switching to algae and probably going to go ahead and put that into the barge. We'll see if that happens. 8515 Proton are going to go ahead and ram into their reef, trying to get lined up for that coral, while 5431 Titan Robotics and 1477 continue to drop off that coral onto the reef. 323 is continuing to pick up some coral off from the ground. 624 doing the same thing. So far, Blue Alliance has 2 out of the 3 coral reef levels completed. 1 more to get that coral reef RP, while Red Alliance still has 0 out of 3. So far, Cookie Monster is locking down all that coral out of the way to make some room to pick up some coral from that coral station. 1477 slamming back to their coral station to pick up some coral and try to score it onto that reef on the top. So far, Red now has 1 out of 3 coral reef levels completed, while we have a current score of 79 to 110 as of 30 seconds. 624 Kryptonite dropped their coral onto the ground, accidentally missing, I'm assuming, 9991 Cookie Monster / Lady Cans is going to go ahead and drop off that coral onto that level 1. That Blue Alliance level 1 looking quite filled up as we're getting into the end game here. We see Lights Out getting ready to go ahead and climb onto that deep cage, while Photon and 5431 Tyrant Robotics are lining up for their cages. We have 3 seconds remaining. We'll see how many teams can get off from the ground. We see 323 Lights Out has climbed with 2 red bots parked in their red barge zone. Scores are coming up today for qualification 61. It is going to be a Blue Alliance victory here today with a score of 93 to 147. Blue Alliance taking away all 6 ranking points, while Red Alliance will still gain 2 ranking points. Some teams going up and some teams going down in rankings as we're nearing the end of our qualification rounds.
Attention teams, attention teams. We want to remind all of you that we need team representatives to join us here on the left side of the arena right now. Over on the blue side of the field, we need to get your team representatives for alliance selection so we can get a head start and kick off smoothly as planned. So if you could set your team representatives, we'll be waiting for you right on the left-hand side of the field. And we're ready to meet up with the teams on match 62. We're only 2 matches away, counting this one to be done with all qualification matches here for TRI before Alliance selection. So once again, we'd like to remind all the teams here to send out your team representatives over on the left-hand side of the arena. We'll be waiting for you there just so we can kick off Alliance selection just as we planned it and we can have our lunch break properly. But for now, let's meet the teams on the Red Alliance for this match, starting off with team 6377.
Say howdy to Howdy Bots.
And looking bright and purple with their shirts, give it up for team 418.
Mix red and blue together to get purple haze.
Bright and yellow, ready to shock your socks off. It is team 4587.
A shocking team, it's Jersey Voltage.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're starting this alliance up with team 3847.
With their bot Gam Gam, it's Spectrum.
And joining us, bright and pink, it is team 4336.
Ramming into TRI, it's Ramageddon Robotics.
And this last spot on the blue line is being taken by team 4192.
With their bot Ralph from Flower Mound, it's Jaguar Robotics.
I think it should be self-directed. Just let the teams do it.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Getting into our penultimate qualification round, all 6 teams are quickly moving to their coral reef to drop off some coral. We see 1 reef per side right now, almost 2, almost 3, coming from each alliance. Looks like Purple Haze is getting ready to land that coral in the teleoperated period. Ramageddon Robotics quickly scoring that coral onto the level 4, but missing, bouncing out of the coral reef. 418 looks like they're going to line themselves up to grab that algae, or scoop it up rather. We see 6377 Howdy Bots dropping off coral onto that level 1 trough. Jersey Voltage looks like they're trying to score some coral onto that trough as well. Spectrum also getting ready to line up that coral onto that level 4. 4192 Jaguar Robotics looks like they're at the coral station waiting their turn to grab some coral. Hopefully they don't get some stuck in their robot, while 4336 is also continuing to score. 4336 doing a wheelie going back towards their coral station. 418 quickly picking up some coral from the coral station and throwing it down onto that level 4 reef. 6377 picking up coral off that ground with their bot and throwing it into the trough. No defense is currently being played as all teams are focusing on scoring. 418 going around their coral reef to go ahead and try and score some more coral on that level 4. Jaguar Robotics going ahead and picking up more coral as they're driving around. 418 knocking that algae out of the way so they can make space to continue scoring some more points. 52 seconds remaining on the clock with scores at 69-46. Red Alliance almost completing 3 out of the 3 coral reef levels to get that coral reef ranking point. 4192 Jaguar Robotics has now decided to go ahead and play some defense against the Red Alliance. 4336 going ahead and continuing on scoring coral on that Blue Alliance coral reef. 4587 looks like they're going to be the first team to start lining up for that end game that's going to start in about 2 seconds here today. Spectrum in the back of the field still putting up that coral as they're not going to go ahead and start climbing onto that blue barge potentially. 418 going and still focusing on scoring coral reefs as 4192 is lining up to, looks like they're going to go ahead and park on that blue barge zone. Spectrum still trying to go ahead and climb with 1 second remaining. And that's the end. We have scores ready for that penultimate qualification match. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory with a score of 103 to 69. Red Alliance is going to go ahead and take 4 ranking points, while Blue Alliance will still have 1 ranking point. 418 keeping that 21st spot.
We are ready to introduce the teams on the very last match here at TRI. So just a little reminder, if you haven't sent your team representatives for Alliance selection, you can do it over on the left side of the field in case you're missing. But as this is the very last match, let's start off and take our time with meeting the teams who are part of our Red Alliance. Starting off with the incredible 6357.
The team with its 9th season, it's the Spring Constant.
And joining them on this mission, making this Red Alliance look a whole lot more blue. Please give it up for the best dancing team around, 2587.
With its 18th season, it's Disco Bots.
And taking over this last spot on the Red Alliance, let's make it loud for Team 7492.
In its 7th season, it's Cav Bots.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field so we can start by meeting up with Team 5908.
In its 10th season, it's Spartan Robotics.
And joining them with their fabulous yellow blazer, it is Team 8044.
In their 4th season, it's Denim Venom.
And appropriately in the last match, let's hear it for the Big Ten. It is 10-1-18.
In its rookie season, it is Robonauts.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting our last match up in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Jumping into our final qualification round, almost every bot is currently moving. Denim Venom dropping its core immediately onto the 4th level reef. 6357 Spring Constant moving back and forth to drop that coral, landing its 3rd coral of the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance with 4 coral on its level 4, getting into teleop with a score of 34-40. Scores are pretty close kicking off the beginning of this teleoperated period. The Spring Constant and Denim Venom both dropping off algae into their barge. However, the Spring Constant's algae slipped right back out. Denim Venom dropping off its 2nd algae into the barge, while the Big Ten drops an algae into the processor. The Spring Constant continuing to keep up with more algae as 5908 on the Blue Alliance is going to go ahead and drop off more coral onto the Blue Alliance reef. 7492 going back and forth, dropping off coral onto the level 2 reef, while 2587 Disco Bots is going to go ahead and put that coral in its little bowl and have an arm pick it up and drop it off onto the reef. The Big Ten with another algae is going to go ahead and drop it off on that processor. 8044 with another coral in its arm going back to the reef to score. Both alliances already have 1 out of 3 coral levels completed, both needing 3 out of 3 filled minimum in order to get that coral ranking point. Blue now jumping to 2 out of 3 completed. Red Alliance's human player just scored that algae into that barge, while the Big Ten drops off another algae to see if a human player will score that. 5908 going back to that coral station with that coral and going back to the Blue Alliance reef to score, while Denim Venom does the same. 6357, the Spring Constant, still with more corals, completing that reef alliances. Both alliances completing their reefs quickly and rapidly as we're approaching 40 seconds. Teams with scores 121 to 159, both incredibly high scores with plenty of time to go. The Big Ten with a coral in its arm, putting more coral onto that reef. Very few spots available on that Blue Alliance reef, while Red Alliance is going ahead and still doing their thing, getting more points from that coral. Looks like 2587 is going to be the first team to start lining up early for that end game, followed by 6357. The Big Ten and Denim Venom are also next to their barge zone. We'll see what's the first team to climb today. Looks like Denim Venom is going to be first, tied with the Big Ten, climbing up, while Spring Constant is also the first for the Red Alliance to start climbing. Preliminary score of 149 to 181 as we end our qualifications. We have scores available for that very last qualification round. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here today, ending off qualifications for TRI with a score of 173 to 207. Very high scores from both alliances here. Blue Alliance taking away all 6 ranking points, with Denim Venom securing their 2nd place spot. Red Alliance still containing 3 ranking points, with the Spring Constant keeping their 12th spot. Teams, just a reminder, please make sure to send your scout representative to the wall on the Blue Alliance side of the room. Yes, I'm talking about you right there.
teams. How is everyone feeling today? We just had an incredible set of qualification matches over here. Congratulations to everyone. We're sure you gave it your all and everything was set out for you. We're so happy to have you here and to have finished our 63 qual matches. And right now we are ready to start our alliance selection. But before we actually start, we'd like to ask if there's any teams who would like to withdraw. Just raise a hand and our field staff will approach you to make sure we can have that talk with you. We know it's okay, not everyone has a chance, so just make sure to let us know if there's anything we can do for you. Now, we'd like to start off with our alliance selection process. How it's gonna happen is, we're gonna stand here, we're gonna call out the number from teams ranked, just as we have it on the list according to the matches, and after that, we're gonna have one team representative come on the field. We're gonna say you are on the time, and you will have a certain amount of time set that you will see on the different screens, and you will also see far back here how much time you have to make your selection. And when that is done, said and done, you're gonna come in, sit on the different spots. Our field staff will allow you to come in. You will have different keywords helping you. And with that, we'll be ready to make picks from 1 to 8, then 8 to 1, and once again, we're going back 1 to 8 so we can have alliances of 4 teams playing on this division. And with everything said and done, we're gonna start by welcoming our highest seed here for the event. Let's give a warm welcome to Team 118.
They just got back from golfing. It's the Robonauts.
Team, whenever you are ready, you are on the clock.
We'd like to invite team 8044 to our alliance.
Team 8044.
Denham Springs, Louisiana, sponsored by the Dow Chemical Company, NASA, and the Department of Defense STEM. It's Denham Venom.
Team 8044, Denham Venom, graciously accepts.
Congratulations. You can go on the field. And with that, let's welcome the team who will now could be the leader of the second alliance. Let's welcome their third highest seed, which is Team 6800.
Austin, Texas, it's
Team,
Valor.
Whenever you're ready, you are on the clock.
Team 6800 Valor would like to invite Team 6357, the Spring Constant, to our alliance.
Team 687.
That is Spring Constant from Dripping Springs, Texas.
Team 6357 graciously accepts.
That's a match right there. Go on the field again. And now I'd like to welcome Team 2881 right here on the field.
That's Lady Cans from Austin, Texas.
Whenever you're ready, you are on the clock.
Team 2881 would like to invite Team 9986 to join our alliance.
That is Valor's B team from Austin, Texas as well.
Team 9986 Valley Valor would graciously accept.
Now I'd like to welcome Team 5829 on the field.
That is Audibots from Audi International School in Houston, Texas.
You are on the clock.
Team 5829, the Autobots, would like to roll out with Team 3005.
Team 3005.
That is RoboChargers from J. Cornell High School in Dallas, Texas.
Sorry. 3005 would like to accept.
Congratulations. Now, let me welcome Team 5892 on the field.
That's Energy Heroes from Energy Institute High School in Houston, Texas.
Team, you are on the clock.
Team 5892 graciously invites Team 10118 to join our alliance.
Team 10118.
That's Big Ten from Clear Creek Independent School District in Houston, Texas.
Team 10118 would love to pair with y'all.
And we got the match. Now let's give a warm welcome to Team 324.
That's Chips from Clear Creek Independent School District in Friendswood, Texas.
Whenever you're ready, team, you are on the clock.
Team 324 would like to invite Team 323 to join our alliance.
Team 323.
That's Lights Out from Family Community in Mountain Home, Arkansas.
Team 323 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Now I want to give a warm welcome to Team 2718.
That's Team OKCE Possum. They're from Oklahoma County 4-H in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Whenever you're ready, you clock.
Team 2718 would like to invite Team 624 to form an alliance.
624.
That's Kryptonite from Cinco Ranch High School in Katy, Texas.
Team 624 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations. And for this first round, we want to welcome Team 1477.
That is Texas Torque from Conroe ISD in Conroe, Texas.
The clock.
Team 1477 would like to pick Team 5414, Paradox.
Team 3414.
That's Paradox from Pearland Independent School District in Pearland, Texas.
Team 5414, Paradox would love to pair with y'all.
Congratulations. Now, this is the very first round of alliance selection. We're going to give a couple of minutes so the teams can think about who they want to invite, and then we're going to go back starting 8-1, and then we'll do another round separate. But for now, let's give them a minute and a half so they can think about stuff for a little bit. We have 5 seconds left, teams. You know what that sound means? It means the time for our break is up. And now we'd like to welcome Alliance number 8, at least one representative here on the mic so they can tell us who they'll be picking to be their second partner for the Alliance. Alliance number 8, you are on the clock. Alliance number 8, who would you like to invite to join you?
Team 1477
And Team 5414.
would like to pick Team 3847 Spectrum.
Team 3847.
That's Spectrum from Straight Jesuit and St. Agnes from Houston, Texas. Go team.
Congratulations. Go on ahead over there to the side of the field. And now I'd like to welcome Alliance number 7 on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 2718 and our alliance partner would like to invite Team 5427 to join our alliance.
That's Steel Talents from Obra D. Tompkins High School in Katy, Texas.
Congratulations, teams. Go on back ahead to your spot on the field. And now I'd like to welcome Alliance number 6 here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 324 and Team 323 would like to invite Team 2848 to join.
Team 2848.
That is Rangers. They're from Jesuit College Preparatory School in Dallas, Texas.
Congratulations, team. We'll see you back here on your spot on the field now. And now I'd like to welcome Alliance number 5 here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 5892 and Team 10118 would like to invite Team 9140 to our alliance.
Team 9140.
That is Robobots. They are from McNeil High School in Austin, Texas.
Team, you can go back to your spot on the field. And now I'd like to take time to welcome Alliance number 4 here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 5829 and Team 3005 would like to invite Team 418 to join our alliance.
Team 418.
That is Purple Haze from the Liberal Arts and Science Academy in Austin, Texas.
Congratulations, team. And now I want to take a moment to welcome Alliance number 3 here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 2881.
And Team 6800, or 9982.
Would like to invite Team 7492 to join our alliance.
Team 7492.
That is Cadbots from the Woodlands College Park High School in the Woodlands, Texas.
Congratulations. You don't accept. That's good. You're going to be with them automatically. Now I'd like to welcome Alliance number 2 here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 6800 Valor
And 6357 Spring Constant.
would like to invite Team 9418 Pasta Bots.
Team 9418.
That is Pasta Bots. They are from the Woodlands High School in Spring, Texas.
Congratulations, Team 9418. And now I'd like to welcome Alliance number 1 back on the mic so they can make their pick. And just want to remind you all that after this we have another round of selection. So before that, teams, you are on the clock.
Team 118, the Robonauts, and Team 8044, Denim Venom, would like to meow with Team 2582.
Team 2582.
That's Paint Robots. They're from Lufkin High School in Lufkin, Texas.
Congratulations, Team 2582. And now we're going to take a 2-minute break before the third round of selection so the teams can figure out who else they'd like to invite to join. You know what that sound means? We are back ready for teams to make the third round of selections. So we want to welcome back Alliance number 1. Teams, you are on the clock. Go ahead.
Team 118, Team 8044, and Team 2582 would like to invite Team 10,014 to our alliance.
Team 10,014.
That is Rebellion from Prosper, Texas.
Team. With this pick, now we want to welcome Alliance number 2 here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 6800 would like to invite Team 8515 Photon.
Team 8515.
That's Photon from Straight Jesuit College Preparatory School and St. Agnes Academy. They're from Houston, Texas.
Congratulations, team. With the selection made, now I'd like to welcome Alliance 3 back here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 2881.
Team 9986.
And Team 7492.
Would like to invite Team 9991 Cookie Monster to join our alliance.
Team 9991.
That is Lady Kansas Kitbot. They're from Austin, Texas.
Team. Now with that, I'd like to invite Alliance number 4 here on the mic to make their selection. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 5829, Team 3005, and Team 418 would like to invite Team 6377 to join our alliance.
Team 6377.
That's Howdy Bots from ATX Robotics in Austin, Texas.
Congratulations, team. With that, I'd like to now welcome Alliance number 5 here on the mic. Whenever you're ready, teams, you are on the clock.
Team 5892, 10118, and the Robobots would like to invite Team 6377.
Can you say that again for me?
Sorry, 4330.
Team 4336.
Team 4336. That is Ramageddon from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Congratulations, team. And with that, I'd now like to welcome Alliance number 6 back here on the mic. Teams, whenever you're ready, you are on the clock.
Team 324, 323, and 2848 would like to invite Team 5431 to join our alliance.
Team 5431.
That is Titan Robotics from Plano ISE Academy High School in Plano, Texas.
Congratulations, team. And with that, I'd now like to welcome to the mic Alliance number 7. Teams, whenever you're ready, you are on the clock.
Team 2718, 624, and 5427 would like to invite Team 4639 to join our alliance.
Team 4639.
That is Robo Spartans from Seven Lakes High School in Katy, Texas.
Congratulations, team. And with that, we are about to make the final pick of this alliance selection. This is the very last team that has a chance to compete here at the playoffs. So now I'd like to welcome Alliance 8 here on the mic. Teams, you are on the clock.
Team 1477
5414.
And 3847
would like to pick Team 2587.
Team 2587.
That's Disco Bots from Westside High School and Lamar High School and Carriage Vanguard High School. That's Disco Bots from Disco Houston.
Congratulations to all the teams over here. Let's give them a big hand, a big round of applause over here to everyone who will be. You are now seeing how our playoffs are going to be played. So for now, I'd like to remind everyone here on the field, we're going to have a meeting with the Alliance captains here with our head ref over here. And we'll come back to start playoffs at 1 p.m. So for now, have fun, have some lunch, and make your strategies count. Congratulations, everyone. We'll be right back.
Go teams!
not that serious. It's serious enough, you know.
Oh, the mic's still on. The mic's still on.
Hello, TRI. How is everyone feeling? Glad to hear the energy is a little higher than in the morning. Happy to hear everyone's here. So we are back and we're about to start our playoff tournament. As you know, this is going to be done in a double elimination bracket where teams will be competing one another. The winners will stay on the top bracket. The losers will go to a lower bracket. And once they lose 2 matches, they are officially eliminated from the tournament. Right now, we have Alliance number 1 on red, Alliance number 8 on blue. So let's start by meeting the teams who will be competing with us this afternoon. Starting off with the very first spot on our red alliance. Please make it loud. In purple and yellow, it is team 8044.
Sponsored by the Dow Chemical Company, NASA and Dotstem from Denham Springs, Louisiana, it's Denim Venom.
And joining them on the mission to stay on the field, to stay alive during playoffs, they just have one question. What time is it? They're 2582.
Sponsored by Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and Sumitomo Drive Technologies from Lufkin, Texas, it's Panther Bots.
And the last spot on Alliance number 1 is given to the Incredible. They're bringing gold back on the field. It is Team 118.
Sponsored by NASA Johnson Space Center and Clear Creek ISD from Houston, Texas, it's the Robonauts.
And we hop on right on over to the blue side of the field. This very first team, they're going to bring their crash out here on the field, and they're here to win it. Give it up for Team 1477.
Sponsored by Halliburton, Conroe ISD, and SolidWorks from Conroe, Texas, it's Texas Torque.
And making this blue alliance look a lot more purple, let's hear it for Team 3847.
Sponsored by Solarcraft Incorporated, Gene Haas Foundation, and Rev Robotics from Houston, Texas, it's Spectrum.
And they are the perfect match in this alliance. Let's hear it for Team 5414.
Sponsored by NASA, Dow, and Gene Haas Foundation from Pearland, Texas, it's Paradox.
When we're ready to start the very first playoff match here at TRI, so please count it down with me. We're starting in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Diving into the first playoff match of TRI, we have all robots moving quickly to their reefs. Spectrum scoring the first algae into the barge, while 5414 is dropping off a coral onto the ground. 2582 staying still, while 5414 is still continuing to drop some coral onto their reef. Spectrum immediately going over to the Red Alliance field to try and maybe play some defense. 8044 Denim Venom is going ahead and dropping some more algae onto the barge. 5414 almost scoring out algae. Spectrum retreating back to the Blue Alliance field to help out. 8044 continuing to score some more algae while their partner 118 also scoring some algae. We have 2 Einstein captains teaming up together in a powerful alliance, getting ready to boost that score up. Currently at 87-36 with 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining. 118 continues to dump more algae into that barge as it is quickly filling up. 1477 Texas Torque is picking up that coral from the coral station and running back to that reef. Denim Venom and 118 is just keeping going on that barge, while 2582 in the background is scoring some more coral onto that level 4 reef. Teams do not have to worry about getting that coral reef RP. It is all about points in this playoffs. 3847 is coming back with that algae, probably going to go ahead and score into that barge. Went in and went back out. Maybe they'll try again a little bit. 1477 still getting more coral from that coral station. And 5414 also dumping that coral with Spectrum, and now Texas Torque is backing them up. 118 is filling up that barge. It is getting pretty full. We have 8044 scoring more coral onto that level 2. Same thing as 2582 Panther Bots, winning, going in and going right back out. 50 seconds remaining. Alliance 1 already scoring 171 points. We'll see if they can break 200 shortly. 80-44, dumping another algae into the barge. 1477 Texas Torque bouncing around but landing on their reels as they almost took out a coral out from their old reef when they were going back to the coral station. 54-14 Paradox from Pearland, Texas is going back and forth from that coral station to that reef. All teams are focusing on offense as they're trying to boost those points up as high as possible. The score is currently at 211 to 120 as we currently enter the end game. We'll see how many teams will climb for this end game moment. We see 1477 Texas Torque lining up for that cage. All of Red Alliance is about to line up for that red cages. We see 118 is the first one to lift off. We see 80-44. Looks like they're off too. Looks like all of Blue Alliance is at the blue barge zone with 1 second remaining, and that's the end of the match. We have scores coming up for the first playoff match. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory starting off TRI playoffs with a score of 249 to 141. 249 being a new event high score from our Alliance 1. Blue Alliance will be sent down to the lower bracket. However, they will still have another chance to compete in the next match 5 round.
And we are ready to keep on round one, match two. We have Alliance number 4 on red, Alliance number 5 on blue. So let's meet up the teams who will be taking part in this match for us. Starting off with the Red Alliance, this very first spot is Team 418.
Sponsored by Boeing, Chris Snow, and AMD from Austin, Texas, it's Purple Haze.
And joining them looking bright and green, it is Team 5829.
Sponsored by Audi International School, AC Plastics and Metal Supermarkets from Houston, Texas, it's Audibots.
And taking this last spot, let's hear it for Team 3005.
Sponsored by Texas Instruments, Liberty Mutual, and Cisco Meraki from Dallas, Texas, it's RoboChargers.
And we move on over to the blue side of the field. We're in this first spot. Let's hear it for Team 9140.
Sponsored by Ken James and Round Rock ISD, Gene Haas and Texas Warforce Commission from Austin, Texas, it's the Robobots.
And joining them is the Big Ten. It is Team 10118.
Sponsored by S&K Engineering and Research and NASA Johnson Space Center from Houston, Texas, it's the Big Ten.
And shining bright in orange, let's hear it also for Team 5892.
Sponsored by Woodside Energy, KPMG, and ExxonMobil from Houston, Texas, it's the Energy Heroes.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Getting into our second playoff match between Alliance 4 and Alliance 5, all robots are moving. The Big Ten quickly about to score that algae into that barge. We see 2 of Red Alliance's robots are hanging out, 418 also hanging out, while all of Blue Alliance is still moving to get that points as high as possible before the tele-op period starts. It is a score of 17-47 starting off. Alliance 5 with a pretty large lead. We'll see if Alliance 4 can catch up before the end of this match. The Big Ten still focusing on algae while their partners 9140 and 5892 Energy Heroes continue to score that coral in the background. 5829 are still scoring that coral while 3005 RoboChargers are going to go ahead and focus on the algae for Red Alliance. 418 is hanging out at the coral station area, thinking about what they want to do for their next plan. 9140 is going to go ahead with that coral and its robot, probably going to go ahead and score that somewhere on that reef onto the level 4. Same thing as 5892. The Big Ten threw an algae over the barge and missed. 3005 scoring out of algae. Score is right now at 49-102 as of 1 minute and 26 seconds left on the clock. 418 is back up and running as they're going to go ahead and score that coral onto that level 4 reef, going back and forth quickly. Same strategy is still happening at the Blue Alliance. The Big Ten focusing on that algae while their partners are going to go ahead and keep up on that coral. Looks like Red is still slowly catching up with a 40-point differential, but still plenty of time for things to happen and change. Audiobots over here with the coral are going to go ahead and swing around the reef and try and see if they're going to put that coral somewhere in their preferred position. 5892 Energy Heroes with the coral are going to go ahead and land that coral onto that level 3 while the Big Ten picks up an algae from the ground. 9140 picking up a coral from their coral station. Same thing as the Audiobots, 5829. Going to go ahead and pick up that coral and head back to their reef. Same thing as 418. Same thing as 3005. All 6 robots are focusing on offense for this match. It seems like trying to get those points as high as possible. Pretty high scores right now with 129 to 158. Still plenty of time for things to happen for Red Alliance to catch up. Will we see a minor upset with Alliance 5 defeating Alliance 4 for this round? We'll see as there's 16 seconds left on the clock. 5892's already climbed up and parked and ready. 418 is going to go ahead and climb next, it looks like, followed by 3005 next. Maybe they're going to go ahead and keep on scoring. We see all of Blue Alliance has lifted off from the ground from my point of view. We see 3005 also looks like they're lifted off as well with Audiobots parked next to them. Scores are coming up for that second playoff match. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here with a score of 210 to 173. Minor upset here already in the second playoff match. However, Red Alliance will still have a chance in the lower bracket to catch up, while the Blue Alliance will go ahead and advance to match 7 soon.
All right, it is time for match 3 here in round 1. So let's introduce our alliances. Over here on the red side, we have Alliance 2, beginning with the Pasta Bots. What's cooking?
Sponsored by Conroe ISD, Marine Technology Society, and Argosy Foundation, it's Pasta Bots.
All right, and then we've got 6357.
Sponsored by ARM Automation, Qualcomm, and Dripping Springs ISD from Dripping Springs, Texas, it's the Spring Constant.
And with those two, we have 68.
Sponsored by ViperBots Friends and Family, West Coast Products, and Leander ISD from Austin, Texas, it's Valor.
All right, Alliance 7 over here in blue begins with 5427.
Sponsored by Lowe's, Dell, and Oceaneering from Katy, Texas, it's Steel Talons.
And then here in the middle, we've got 62 what?
Sponsored by BP of America, Oceaneering, and Transocean from Katy, Texas, it's Kryptonite.
And rounding out this amazing Alliance 7 is 2718.
Sponsored by Science Museum of Oklahoma, Boeing, and Argosy Foundation from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's Team OKC Possums.
All right, match 3 will begin with our drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Quickly getting into the match 3 of our upper bracket round 1. All 6 robots are already quickly moving to score some coral. Blue Alliance already with 4 coral. Red Alliance with 1 algae into the barge already. 624 putting in that 4th coral for the Blue Alliance. Jumping quickly into the teleoperated period. Looks like all the robots are still moving to catch some coral. 624 throwing that algae out for the reef. 6357 try to put that algae into the barge, but that's okay. Valor went ahead and put that algae in for them. 9418 Pasta Bots are going to go ahead and keep focusing on that coral while their partners Spring Constant and Valor score that algae for them in the barge. 2718 Team OKC is going to go ahead and hang out that coral station and come right back to the reef with that coral in tow to score it onto that level 4. 624 now joining the other team with scoring algae onto the barge. However, Valor just gave an algae over to the Blue Alliance field after trying to score it. Valor went ahead and visited the Blue Alliance to take some of their algae right back from them. Coral is being thrown from the Blue Alliance over into the middle of the field, trying to score that coral onto their reef. 6800 Valor still focusing on algae. 9418 is still with that coral in tow. The Spring Constant helping out Pasta Bots with that coral. 5427 tried to throw that algae in, but gave up and slammed right back at their coral station. 2718 with that coral, thinking about where they want to put that coral. 624 already knows and wants to put it into that 3rd level reef. 9418 scoring another coral. 58 seconds left on the clock with this close score of 107 to 93. Anything could still happen with plenty of time to happen. 624 scoring more corals. 5427 waiting for a coral to come from that coral station. 9418 Pasta Bots are going to throw that algae towards their own driver station wall and come back to their coral station to pick up a coral. 2357 are going to pick up that algae from that floor and probably take it to their barge in a little bit. 5427 the Steel Talons are going to go join the Red Alliance team and play some defense while Valor spins around. Looks like Valor has a coral stuck in their bot, which means they cannot pick up another coral until they dislodge that somehow, which they just did. However, they got to do it 54-27 playing defense against them as we're entering the end game with 13 seconds left on the clock. 2 robots from each alliance are already lining up to start climbing. The first team to start climbing looks like it's going to be 54-27 Steel Talons, followed by 63-57 and 94-18. 94-18 slipping off of that cage while 624 does the last second park with 0 seconds left. We have scores coming up for match 3. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory with a score of 159 to 134. Second Alliance keeping their spot. Red Alliance is going to go ahead and stay in that upper bracket to match 8, while the 7th Alliance are going to go into the lower bracket for match 6.
All right, it is time for match number 4. Let's meet our alliances over here in red. We have alliance number 3, led by 9986.
Sponsored by ViperBots, friends and family, West Coast Protestant, Leander ISD. It's Valor.
And 7492.
Sponsored by Gene Haas Foundation, Texas Workforce Commission, and American DR, it's CavBots.
And the real captains of Alliance 3, 2881.
Sponsored by the Girl Scouts of Central Texas, John Deere, Apple Gene Haas Foundation, it's Lady Cans.
Over here in blue, our alliance number 6 is led by 324.
Sponsored by NASA Johnson Space Center, Clear Creek ISD, and Boeing, it's Chips.
And joining them is 2848.
From Jesuit Dallas and St. Agnes Religious Organization, it's Rangers.
And lighting up this alliance is 323.
Sponsored by Argosy Foundation, John and Meredith Novak, Arby's Gene Haas Foundation, it's Lights Out.
And we're ready to go. Match number 4 starts with drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, dive.
We are here for our final round 1 match. And for eliminations, we have 3-2-3 Lights Out. They de-scored Algae, but it looks like they get it stuck inside the robot. Looks like Chips runs their center auto, doesn't score any pieces. Rangers doesn't score any, scores 1 coral as well. But we see a plethora of coral scored on the Red Alliance side. Looks like 6-7, 9986. Now going up into the net and scoring up on there. Now they're gonna grab another piece of Algae to continue that net. We've seen a bunch of Algae scored here in eliminations, as it's much more important now to get it scored as you want to get that high score here. 7-4-9-2 CavBots. They have, looks like they're gonna go swerve across the field, glow for it, L2. They get it down. And now we have 2881 Lady Cans. They're trying to floor pick up a coral so that they can score onto the reef. But looking at the other side, we have Chips. They're gonna do floor intake. And now they're going up and trying to do an L4, and they get it down. 3-2-3 follows Chips and does the same thing. Rangers are scored into the net. Looks like now they might try to go for another piece of Algae. 3-2-3 is moving across, slowly moving away from 2-8-4-8. Rangers trying to grab a piece of Algae from the floor. Looks like they're having some difficulties with that. Chips going to score again on L3. Let's see if they can get it. Looks like they just barely miss it. They get an L3 off. Right now, score looks high right now, 103-95. Red looks like isn't behind right now, but they're gonna come back. Lady Cans just scored an L4, and Rangers just scored and the bar and the processor. Chips is now going to move to the other side of the field. Looks like they might have some field robot issues. They're going to go play some defense. Looks like now Chips is going to play defense against CavBots and Valor. Chips is now coming back to the other side of the field. We got a red flagged wave. And now 28-48 Rangers. They're going to score at third. Algae in the barge. That is a technical foul because you have too many Algae in that processor. 28-81, now going to climb. 28-48, scoring in the processor again. That's another technical foul. Chips 3-2-4 tries to go and climb, but it looks like they tipped. But that's going to be it for this match. All right, we And we have a score here for match 4 in round 1. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. That means that we have an upset from the number 6 seed, bringing the number 3 seed down into the lower bracket. So, Chips, Lights Out, Rangers, and Titan are going to move on to round 2 in the upper bracket.
And we're here for round 2, match number 5. So we're going to start by meeting our teams on different alliances over here. We are currently, once again, on the upper bracket. So we're going to meet the teams who have been playing this before, and we've got one more chance to stay in the battle. Let's start off by meeting the Red Alliance. This very first spot goes to team 1477.
That's Texas Torque from Conroe ISD.
And joining them on the field for this match, making the Red Alliance look a lot more purple, give it up for team 3847.
From St. Agnes Academy and Straight Jesuit College Preparatory, it's Spectrum.
And making their perfect match, let's hear it for team 5414.
From Pearland Independent School District, it's Paradox.
And we hop on right back to the blue side of the field where we're meeting Alliance number 4, starting off with team 3005.
They were the winners for Rescape this year in our district championship. It's RoboChargers.
And joining them on this adventure, looking great in green and gold, it is team 5829.
From Audi International School, it's Audibots.
And bringing the purple also to this side of the field, let's hear it for team 418.
From AGX Rob, that's Purple Haze.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right, we are here for our first match in the lower bracket, which means that whoever loses here will be out of the tournament. We have Spectrum here. It looks like they are stuck on the barge. Looks like something wrong happened with their auto there. That should be it for our autonomous period. We're going to go into drive period. Looks like Spectrum is A-okay, maybe. Looks like they're going up to score. It looks like they get that core on. Looks like Spectrum is fine. Looking at the blue line side, we got our state champions, Ferdio 5. They're using their coral or algae and take the score. Algae up into the net. While 1477 just did the same. Ferdio 5 though looks like they're gonna hard focus on algae. Looks like they had issues with that one piece of algae, but now they keep on shooting it back into the net. Ferdio 5 continuing to do it. Paradox looks like might have some robot issues. They're gonna play a little bit of defense against 418. Looks like their arm is disconnected. Let's see what Paradox can do. Looks like Paradox is gonna try and play defense, just following on a robot, not really doing much defense. Now they're gonna pin Audibots for a bit. And now we have Ferdio 5. They're gonna have an algae in their possession. They're gonna go score up in the net. Looks like hitting against Audibots. Audibots looking for a place to score. On the red line side, we have Spectrum. They're scoring as many coral as possible. 1477 trying to do a super cycle here, but they missed that coral. Now gonna shoot up into the net. Let's see if they get it. Wait for Torque to shoot. And they get it in. Spectrum now scoring in L4. Now grabbing algae, looking to do the net as well. Paradox still playing some defense against Audibots. Paradox now blocking Ferdio 5. Ferdio 5 is done with algae. Not going to try to score coral. But Paradox is blocking him from scoring, from getting up any coral. We got 30 seconds left here in this match. Ferdio 5 now on that back face, trying to line up and score. Looks like they get it on. Now 418, Purple Haze. They get a coral in their possession, but it looks like they actually prematurely shoot out. We got 20 seconds left. We're in our last 20 seconds of the match. Audibot's gonna start and go and climb. Purple Haze gonna start and climb. Looks like Audibot's got it in Purple Haze's way. That's gonna slow down their climb a bit. Spectrum looks like they're ready to go up. Spectrum's up. Looks like Torque is up. And then Paradox is gonna go and climb. We got a triple deep from the Blue Alliance, and that's gonna be it for this match. All right, we have scores ready to go up on the screen. The winner of the first lower bracket match is going to be the Blue Alliance with a score of 176 to 121. That means our number 4 seed will be going on to our next match in the lower bracket in match 10 of round 3. Let's give a big round of applause, though, to our number 8 seed. They worked very hard to get here. Let's give a round of applause to our number 8 seed, guys.
And we're ready to continue on with our brackets over here. We're on round 2, match 6, still in the lower brackets. These teams are looking for a fighting chance to stay in the tournament and continue on again in the playoffs. We've got Alliance number 7 on red, Alliance number 3 on blue. Let's start by meeting the teams on Alliance number 7 here on the red side of the field. Starting off with team 5427.
They're from Katy, Texas. That's Steel Talons.
And they're ready to give us their best moves. Let's hear it for team 2718.
From Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, team OKC Possums.
And taking this last spot on the Red Alliance, let's hear it for team 6-2 what? It is 6-4.
That's Kryptonite from Katy, Texas.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're meeting Alliance number 3, starting off with team 9986.
From Austin, Texas, that's Valor.
And looking bright and blue, let's hear it for team 7492.
From the Woodlands, Texas, that's Cavbots.
And shining bright in pink, they're here to scout it all, is team 2881.
From Austin, Texas, that's Lady Cans.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We're on our second match of the lower bracket. We have the Red Alliance here in, looks like they scored 2, Coral up in the Reef, while Blue Alliance has scored 4 so far. And that's gonna be it for our autonomous period. Looks like it's gonna be a tie out of autonomous, so it's gonna be pretty even in here. Let's see how Taliop can play the difference in this match. We got 2881 here scoring on an L4 in blue, while 9986 is going to work on that algae. Looks like they missed that algae shot. They're going to go back for another piece of algae and score again. This is 9986. That's Valor's robot between weeks 1 through state. So, and this robot looks like it only pick up algae from the Reef. 9986 continuing to look at algae and score up in the net. They've been really consistent with that on season, and they're really consistent at it here at TRI. 9986 looking to score in the net again, and they get it on. Wow, 2881 just scores on the Reef, trying to fill out the Reef, while Valor focuses on algae, and Cavbots, the last blue robot, is focusing on L2 scores on the Red Alliance. We have 6-4. Damon scored in the net for the Alliance, for the Red Alliance. Looks like now they might be having some issues with their floor coral intake. As we have Steel Talons also, they're scoring up now into L3. And 2718, Team OKC Possum, they're going up into L4, scoring in good. Looks like 6-4 is having some robot problems, so now they're gonna play a little bit of defense. They gotta make sure not to incur any penalties right now because the Blue Alliance is in the lead. Let's see if 64 can stop them enough to get the Red Alliance the victory here. Right now, 64 is just playing defense against Cavbots. As now they're gonna go to the other side and play defense against Valor. We have 5427 Steel Talons. They're gonna pick up from the human player station and go up to L2, L3 and score. We got 20 seconds left here. 2718 is trying to climb on a cage, but an algae is in the way. Let's see if they're able to get latched in. They're in. Now they just got to winch back and go and climb. We have Steel Talons. They're going to try and climb as well. They just got to climb onto the cage, and now they're pulling themselves up. Steel Talons is up, Lady Cans is up, and Valor's up. All right, we have scores ready. And the team moving on to our next match is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 184 to 113. So that means that Kryptonite, Team OKC, Possum, Seal Talents, and Robo Spartans are eliminated. Let's give a big round of applause, though, to our number 7 seed. They worked so hard to get here. So please give a big round of applause for them.
So we are back for match number 5 over here. We're starting up on round number 3. We're back in the upper bracket. These teams have all won previous matches, and we're gonna meet them back here on the field to see who's gonna keep up in the upper bracket and who's gonna drop down to the lower bracket. On this very first spot, they're looking sharp and dapper in yellow. Let's hear it up for Team 8044.
The round 1 selection, it's Denim Venom.
And joining them on this alliance to try and take on the victory, let's make it loud for Team 10,014.
The round 3 selection, it's Rebellion.
And taking over this last spot on the Red Alliance, bringing the goal back to the field, it is Team 118.
The captains, Robonauts.
And we hop on over here to the blue side of the field. And this very first spot is taken by Team 9140.
The round 2 selection, the Robobots.
And joining them, making sure they want to be the Big Ten in this match, is Team 10118.
The round 1 selection, the Big Ten.
And shining bright in orange, let's also hear it for Team 5892.
The captains, Energy Heroes.
Drivers behind the line. This match is starting up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Getting into the round 2, match 7 match. In the upper bracket, both teams are quickly moving to score. The Big Ten, the first spot to score Algae into the barrage, while Energy Heroes dumps the coral onto the ground. Denim Venom about to score that coral. Almost Red Alliance scoring 8 coral on their level 4 reef. That's going to secure them a lead of 65 to 43 coming up into teleop period. We have Big Ten facing their older sibling 118 in a mirror match with 80-44, the winners of the Archimedes division, teaming up with the winners of the Milstein division 118. 1 minute and 54 seconds remaining with a score of 85 to 57. We have 91-40, the Robobots, going around the reef to score that coral potentially as 80-44 and 118 continue to score onto their barrage with Algae. Going back onto the coral reef 80-44, while 118 is going to continue doing the Algae for the barge. The Big Ten copying 118 with their barge. They're going to go ahead and score that Algae into it. 91-40 quickly picking up that coral from the Coral Station human player and going to their level 4 reef. 58-92 also doing the same for level 3. Right now, Red has a lead of 144 to 103. However, there's still plenty of time for Blue to catch up and attempt to upset the Red Alliance here. 91-40 scoring onto that level 3 reef. 80-44 continuing to score more coral onto the Red Side Alliance. Rebellion also doing their part by putting that coral onto that reef as well, going to the back side of it. 91-40 almost dislodging their level 4 coral, but they happen to score just fine. Scores are 140 to 191 so far. Rebellion picking up that coral off the ground almost. 58-92 Energy Heroes still putting that coral onto that level 2. 38 seconds left on the clock as Red is about to cross that 200-point mark. 80-44 Denim Venom from Denim Springs are going to go ahead and put that coral onto that level 1 trough. Red Alliance Reef almost completely filled. 118 putting more algae into that already full barge. Rebellion also with a coral in tow as we enter the end game. We'll see which teams are able to climb their cage before the end timer. Looks like Rebellion is going to be the first spot to climb, as well as 118. Looks like the Big Ten is also able to climb as well. We'll see if Denim Venom can climb before the 3 seconds are up. Looks like 91-40 are also able to climb in the background here as we hit the 0-second mark. Scores are being posted for that match. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory here today with the score of 256 to 177. Another event high score scored by our Alliance 1. Blue Alliance will not be eliminated, but they will be sent to the lower bracket for match 9 to have another chance of redemption, while Red Alliance will continue to move through the upper bracket.
Oh. All right, we're setting up for match 8. This is still upper bracket, so very exciting to see who will move on and who will have to fight their way through the lower bracket. Here on the red side, this is Alliance 2, led by 68.
In their 8th season, it's Valor.
Alongside them is our teal friends, 6357.
Into their 9th season, it's the Spring Constant.
And with them, what's cooking? 9418.
Into their 2nd season, it's Pasta Bots.
Over here on the blue side, we have Alliance number 6. Still fighting here with 324.
Getting into their 28th season, it's Chips.
Working with them is 2848.
Into their 17th season, it's Rangers.
And our last but not least member, 323.
Into their 30th season, it's Lights Out.
All right, drivers behind the line. Match number 8 starts in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We're still in the upper bracket for match A as both alliances are quickly moving to put Coral onto their reefs into the autonomous period. 324 and 323 next to each other onto the reef when they're trying to score. It looks like Chips is going to try and put that algae into a processor. 6357 parked next to the reef, getting ready to probably grab that algae off from the reef, while 9418 Pasta Bots grabs a coral from that coral station and probably going to go ahead and take it to that reef. 323 Lights Out just dropped the coral into the level 4, while 6800 Valor drops that algae into that barge. Their human player also scoring it perfectly. 2848, going to go ahead and put that algae bouncing in, bouncing right out. 6800, however, putting their algae successfully into that barge. 324 Chips is now going to go ahead and put that coral onto that level 4 reef potentially. 6357, the Spring Constant, are swinging around that reef to go ahead and put that coral onto that level 4. All 6 teams focusing on offense for the first part of this match. Scores is still pretty even at 91-79 with 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining. 6800 Valor still focusing on algae into the barge. Same thing as Lights Out from Arkansas. 324 Chips, one of our Einstein players, are going to go ahead and pick up that coral from that ground and put it into that reef potentially. Same thing as 323 Lights Out. Looks like 2848 is going to go ahead and play some defense this time against the Spring Constant onto the red side of the field, parking themselves onto the back, going back and forth, trying to block the Red Alliance from picking up coral from their coral stations. 324 Chips is still scoring coral, while 6800 failed to put that algae into the barge, but I'm sure they can try again and put that in. 2848 is playing defense against Valor, and 6357 are going to go ahead and put that coral into that 3rd level coral reef. 324 Chips still putting in coral onto that reef. Same thing as 323 Lights Out. 6357 from Drinking Springs are going to go ahead and put that coral onto that level 3. 6800 Valor slamming it to their teammate, getting ready to pick up that algae from the ground. 2848, looks like they got themselves stuck a little bit onto that algae in the back. We'll see if they can get themselves free in time for the end game, which has just started. 6800 Valor try to put that algae into the barge, but it had slipped right out. Looks like Red Alliance is getting ready to line up for their climb, while 323 Lights Out and 324 Chips, as well as their partner 2848, has freed themselves to get ready for that end game. With 2 seconds left, we'll see which teams can climb. Looks like Valor is off the ground, while the rest of the robots on the field have parked. We have scores coming up for this match. The winners are the Red Alliance here, with a score of 162 to 142. Alliance 2 maintaining that lead. Alliance 2 are going to stay in the upper bracket, while Alliance 6 are going to go to the lower bracket. They will still also have another chance to continue to get their rematch potentially.
All right, we're getting very close to the start of match number 9 between Alliance 5 in 5. Yes, in red and Alliance 3 in blue. This is getting exciting, guys. So we will start out introducing the Red Alliance 9140.
From McNeil High School, it's the Robobots.
And then captaining this alliance is 10118.
From Clear Creek Independent School District, it's the Big Ten.
I was wrong about that. Bringing all the energy as the captains is 5892.
From the Energy Institute High School, it's Energy Heroes.
All right, over here in blue, I will try not to screw this one up. Yeah, all right. So we're going to start out with 9986.
From Vandergrift High School, it's Valor.
And then also in Alliance 3, wearing blue and bots in blue, 7492.
From the Woodlands College Park High School, it's Cavbots.
And now our pink captains are 2881.
From the Girl Scouts of Central Texas Troop 3993, it's Lady Cans.
You need coffee.
All right, and here we go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We are back in the lower bracket for match 9. This means that the losing alliance will be eliminated from this year's Texas Robotics Invitational. So far in the autonomous period, we see both alliances quickly scoring a ton of coral on top of their reefs. So far, Blue Alliance looks like they have 5 coral, while Red Alliance also has 5, almost 6 coral. We are getting into the teleop with a score of 52-44, a very close score as we're getting into the rest of this match. Lady Can's about to drop a coral onto their reef, while the Value Valor is going to drop a algae into the barge. Same thing as the Big Ten. 2881 is also going to drop another one, while their partners 7492 Cavbots are dropping coral onto their reef. Valor going back with an algae, same as the Big Ten. These droids are raging with 2881 picking up another coral off from the ground. 9140, the Robobots is zooming around, same as 5892 Energy Heroes, dropping coral off on their reefs. Big Ten and Value Valor picking up algae and putting it into their barge. 2881, grabbing a coral off the ground and scoring it onto level 4, while Value Valor picks up that algae. Big Ten still scoring more algae as 5892 and 9140 are going to be the ones that are putting the coral onto their reefs. Scores right now is 123-102 as there is 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock. Still a pretty close score for these alliances with 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining now. All teams still doing their normal actions with no defense being played as of this moment, but that could always change. 7492 Cavbots still zooming around, going from coral station with that coral back to their reefs. Big Ten still scoring all that algae into their barge. Their barge is getting pretty full. We'll see if they can keep scoring it. Same thing with the Blue Alliance with Value Valor picking up that coral and scoring it now. 2881 now scoring that coral. 9140 almost knocking off that coral, but they're able to land it just fine. Scores are 162-163. Scores are pretty close with 24 seconds left on the clock. It looks like they're going to get down into the end game. Looks like climbs are going to matter. We'll see who climbs and who's going to park. Scores are 174-171 in Alliance 5's favor. We'll see if we have another upset here at match 9. Just a reminder that the losing alliance will be eliminated, and so every second counts here. Two robots from Red Alliance and 2 robots from Blue Alliance. Looks like they've climbed, and that's the end of this match. All right, folks, we have scores ready. This match is going to be a true tie here. That means that we're going to have a rematch eventually between Alliance 5 and Alliance 3 here. Both alliances scoring 9 on the lead. Blue had a higher coral, but red had a higher algae with equal barge. That means that the scores are equal, and we have a true tie, folks. Again, neither alliance is going to be eliminated. They're going to have a rematch to see who will survive.
So match 9, which was the true tie match, will be played right after this match. So teams, if you're in that match, please get ready because you will be playing after this match here.
And we are back for round 3, match 10. We're still in the lower bracket. We have Alliance 6 over here on red. We have Alliance 4 over there on the blue. So let's see how these teams are playing before we replay our last match, which was an incredible true tie. But for now, let's meet the teams on Alliance number 6, starting with team 324.
That is the Alliance captains from Friendswood, Texas. It's Chips.
And joining them on this mission to stay alive here in this lower bracket, let's hear it for team 2848.
They were the second pick from Dallas, Texas. It's Rangers.
And this team will not be keeping the lights down. They will not be keeping the lights dark. Let's hear it for team 323.
They were the first pick. It's Lights Out from Mountain Home, Arizona.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're meeting up with the most purple team of them all. It is team 418.
They were the second pick from Austin, Texas. It's Purple Haze.
And making the side of the field look bright with green and gold. Let's hear it for team 5829.
They are the Alliance captains from Houston, Texas. It's Audibots.
And we're closing Alliance number 4 with the incredible 3005.
They were the first pick from Dallas, Texas. It's Robochargers.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Now we are in round 10 of our elimination bracket. We got Chips running their center auto that they ran at Worlds. That got them onto Einstein. They're going to bring an Algae over into their processor. And now we have Purple Haze. They score 2 and auto air. We're about to score 3, but it just missed and goes into the trough. 30-05 now looking to get their preload coral, score onto the reef. They get it. Now they're going to go for a piece of algae. But it looks like it just falls out of their end effector. Chips now using their floor intake, going up and down onto the reef. 28-48 Rangers. They just scored an algae up into the barge. Now they're going to grab another piece of algae and cord it up into the barge. 30-05 following them as well. 3-2-4 scoring another piece on L-Freak. It looks like they need to realign themselves a bit. And they get it down, 28-48. Now grabbing a piece of algae from the reef. Looks like now they're moving across the field, letting 3-2-3 out of the way so that they can go and score as much as possible. Right now, our live score is showing it's pretty equal right now. We got a minute 30 left, so anything can happen here in this match. We did have a true tie our last match. We might get another one here. We got 30-05. They just scored into the net. Now they're grabbing another piece of algae. It looks like they just missed it. Now they're trying to get another one. 30-05 now having a piece of algae in there in the effector. They're going to go and put it up in the net. Looks like they just missed it. We have Audibots behind them. They're going to score on the backside of that reef. 30-05 now has a coral. Now they're going to score on L2. 28-48 Rangers now scoring in the barge as well. What looks like Red has a 25-point lead right now. 3-2-3 lights out. All right, now let's just try to score on the rebound. Looks like they just missed. They're going to try again, scoring in the same spot, and they get it. We got 30 seconds left here. 3-2-4 Chips. They're going to score down onto L2. 28-48 tries to go up into the net. It looks like they hit it just slightly. Now 28-48 going for that last piece of algae on the reef. They have an end effect. They're going to go up. We have our 20 seconds left. Now it's time to go climb on those cages. 3-2-3 scores an L2. Chips getting ready to hook on and climb. Audibot's going to climb. 418 also lining up and climb. We'll see if 40. Robo tries to go up. We have 5 seconds left. Let's see if we can get a triple deep from our Red Alliance. And that's going to be it for time here in this match. All right, we have sports ready here. The winner of match 10 is the Red Alliance. So that is our number 6 ranked team beating out the number 4 ranked team. Let's give a big round of applause out to our number 4 seed, Audibots, Robochargers, Purple Haze, and Howdybots. They worked so hard to get here through this tournament here at TRI. Please give a big round of applause to the Blue Alliance here.
Teams, we are ready to start off our rematch for match number 9. Let's meet up on the field once again to see who's staying in the lower bracket. Drivers behind the line, this match starting up in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We already seen these teams before. They scored 208 to 208, a true tie. They want to make sure, each alliance want to make sure they win this match in order to move on through the lower bracket. We have 10-118. Looks like they scored an algae up in the net. It looks like they missed that second piece of algae. 91-40 Robobots. Looks like they scored 2 free coral up in auto. Now they're going up again to score another piece of L4. 28-81. Now going to score another L4 while 9986 goes and scores an Algae. 10-118 does it again. Goes at the net. 28-81. Now going at another L4 and they get it. 9986. Valor. They score a second piece of Algae up into the net. 10-118 now going and bringing it up. 58-92. Now scoring on L4. They're lining themselves up and they get it on. 91-40. Robobots. They also score on L4. Looks like they line themselves up and they get it while 10-118 goes up and scores in the net. 28-81. Just scored out one, finishing off L4 for that Blue Alliance. 9986 continuing to focus on that Algae while Catbots focus on those lower levels. Looks like Catbots are going to work down or Catbots are going to work up and Lady Cats are going to work down while 9986 Valor is going to score on the net. Looks like Catbots' upper structure fell off. So that means Catbots is going to be out of commission here for the rest of this match. Looks like now 10-118. Looks like has a coral that went through the top. Still going to be counted as L4 though. Now they're going to come to the net. Looks like they're going to score in the net. And it looks like they scored the wrong way. They come down and looks like the robot's still fine. Now they're going to score. Now they're going to try and take a coral and bring it up into the reef and they got it. We got 30 seconds left here. Right now, Red Alliance has a slight lead, but Blue Alliance was able to catch up and tie it. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a tie again. Both of these alliances scoring really high here. 9986 now scoring on L3. Robobots doing the same exact thing. 10-118. Looking like they're ready to go and climb. Looks like now 10-118 is bringing their climber out. Robobots are ready to go up as well. We got Energy Heroes. They're going to continue to stay on the floor and score. We got 5 seconds left. 10-118 is going to get up. Robobots are up. 58-92 is going to go and park, and that's going to end our match. Now, a ocean fun fact. Did you know there's enough salt in the ocean to cover the entirety of the Earth? Did you know? I bet you didn't. Now you do. That's a fun fact. And we have our score. The team that's going to stay in the lower bracket is the Red Alliance with a score of 193 to 183. Alliance 5 upsets Alliance number 3. But please give a big round of applause to our number 3 Alliance. That's 2881, 9986, 7492, and 9981. Please give a big round of applause to our Blue Alliance here.
All right, guys, it's time to introduce you yet again to your Alliance members. For Alliance number 1 in red, we have 8044.
With their robot tugboat, it's Denim Venom.
And along with them is playing 10,014.
With their robot Loch Ness, it's Rebellion.
And leading the charge, we have the Team 118.
With their robot Firefly, it's the Robonauts.
Mind taking these?
And their 4th robot on their alliance is Panther Bots with their robot Nessie.
All right, over here is Alliance 2. 1v2, guys. This is going to be exciting. And starting off in the first position is 68.
With their robot Deadlock, it's Valor.
And working alongside them, what's cooking? 9418.
With their robot Al Dente, it's Pasta Bots.
And last but not least on our Blue Alliance, Alliance 2, it's 6357.
With their robot Sharkbait, it's Spring Constant. And their 4th robot on their alliance is Photon from Houston, Texas.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this round, match 11, in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, we're starting here for match 11. We're starting off with 118 going with their 4-piece Auton. They get their 2nd piece. Denim Venom running their 3-piece. They're looking to get that 3rd one. Looks like they missed the 2nd one. They're going to go for number 4 now. 118 getting all 4 of their pieces. That's going to be it for Autonomous Period. Red in a big lead here in points. 118 and Denim Venom going with their Algae off the bat like they have been for the entirety of our eliminations bracket. 118 now going for an L4 and an Algae into the barge. We got 6,800 also scoring in the barge for the Blue Alliance. 6357, Spring Constant. Looks like they're having some robot issues. Let's see if they get themselves fixed. 118 and 8044, Denim Venom, both from NASA. 118 now going up into the barge. 8044 scoring an L4, and now 118 going for L3. 118 has been hitting these super cycles with their robot, which are incredibly efficient for scoring. 6357 looks like because they have their robot issues, it's now going to play some defense against 118. Looks like it's getting core out of the way of 118, which is going to make them harder to intake. 6,800 just scored an Algae into the barge. There's a couple more Algae left on the reef. Let's see if them and Bots can make it back in this match. Right now, the score is 166 with a minute left on the clock for red and 75 for blue. 118 now getting a floor coral pickup. Looks like they're still getting defense from 6357. Looks like now they're going to go into L2. Looks like I believe, almost have a full reef. There's just a couple of faces in the back that are not filled. Looks like Rebellion from Prosper, Texas is going to go and finish the job for them. Rebellion gets the first back piece. There's only one more before the reef is filled for our Red Alliance. Can Rebellion get it? 8044 just goes for a net. Saying that means the reef is filled for that Red Alliance. Looking at blue. Looks like blue is still working on L3. 6,800 Impossible Bots. They're still going. We have 20 seconds left. We're in our climb portion of the match. 118 is now going to go for a climb. 8044 going to go for a last second barge shot, and they get it. 8044 now going up and climbing. Rebellion trying to go and climb. Looks like they're not going to get it off in time, and that's going to end our match. to have a score here. The winner of this match is going to be the Red Alliance with a score of 249 to 128. The Red Alliance is going to move on to finals, so they'll be our first finalists here. Blue Alliance, our number 2 seed, they're going to be moving down into the lower bracket. They're going to play in match 13.
And we're back still on the lower bracket for round 4, match 12. Both of these alliances are meeting up to see who will stay alive for another round and try to make it onto the finals here at TRI. Let's start off by meeting the very first team on alliance number 6 over here on the red side of the field. Let's hear it for 3-2-4.
Sponsored by Boeing, it's Chips.
And joining them on this adventure, let's make some noise for team 2848.
Sponsored by St. Ignatius Religious Organization, it's Rangers.
And this last spot on the field of the Red Alliance goes to team 323.
Sponsored by Jetfin Innovations, it's Lights Out.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're starting up with alliance number 5 by meeting up team 9140.
Sponsored by Texas Workforce Commission, it's the Robobots.
And joining them alongside them, they're called the Big Ten. Let's give it up for team 10180.
Sponsored by Family and Community, it's the Big Ten.
And taking this last spot, looking bright in orange, let's hear it for Team 5892.
Sponsored by ExxonMobil, it's Energy Heroes.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We're getting into match 12 in the lower bracket. This means that the losing alliance will be eliminated, so this match is high pressure for both alliances. So far in the autonomous, there are 3 coral in the level 4. Looks like the Big Ten are doing a steal in the Red Alliance side successfully, taking it away from Chips. 323 are going to go ahead and put that coral into the top, while 324 Chips are going to go ahead and also score 28-48. The Rangers are going to throw that algae in and out of that barrage drop. The Big Ten scores there successfully. 9140 were about to score that coral, but had changed their mind, but now they changed it back and have scored it. 2840 are going to go ahead and take that algae out from the reef and probably going to go and take it to their barge to score. 9140 dumping coral off. Same thing as Energy Heroes. Big Ten still scoring more algae into the top. Same thing as 2848. Kicking that algae over towards the Blue Alliance, where Energy Heroes also kick that algae back like it's a game of FIFA. We have the Big Ten taking that algae back to the barge over here. We have 2848 putting more algae into the barge, 324 putting coral into that coral reef. All 6 alliances focusing on offense here, trying to get that score up. We have a close score of 102 to 122 with 1 minute and 12 seconds still remaining. Things can still happen for both alliances here. 324 picking up coral off the ground. We see 9140 putting more coral onto the coral reef here. Big Ten also picking coral up from the ground. 2848 doing their thing with the algae and putting that into the barge. We have 5892 Energy Heroes putting coral onto that coral reef at the same time as the Big Ten. We have 9140 also doing the same. 5892 looks like they have a bit of a coral stuck inside their bot. We'll see what they do. Looks like they're going to go ahead and play some defense for the meantime while Lights Out is going to ignore them and put that coral into that coral reef. 5892 slamming it into that coral station onto the red side of the field, blocking 2848 from picking up coral, but that's fine because they're just going to go ahead and grab that algae from the floor anyways. 9140, the Robobots are going to go and grab that coral from that human station. Blue Alliance coral field looks almost completely filled. We have 15 seconds left on the clock into the end game. 9140 is grabbing onto that cage. Probably going to go ahead and climb in just a moment. Same thing as the Big Ten. Energy Heroes are parked up. Robobots are up into the air. Lights Out. Looks like they're grabbing onto their cage. We have Big Ten also climbing, and that's the end. We have scores posted for match 12. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here with a score of 218 to 166. Blue Alliance is going to go ahead and move on to the match 13 lower bracket. However, let's congratulate Alliance 6 for their great performance here today. 323 Lights Out, 2848 Rangers, 324 Chips, and 5431 Titan Robotics.
Those have been some incredible matches we've been seeing here on the playoffs. Every team has been giving their all. Let's give a warm hand to everyone who has been partaking in place in this round. It's been so fun to watch all of you here today. But before we move on with match 13 and then get closer to finals, we want to take the time to give out some awards. I want you all to welcome first alums Sydney and Sunny, who were judges here today and helped us pick the teams. They were doing some hard label talking with all of you, seeing how you did throughout the couple days we've been here. And now we're here to give out 2 of the awards they were working on. The first award is the Most Improved Award. This recognizes a team that has shown remarkable growth over this year's past season or since last year's season. This year's winner boosted collaboration through meeting debriefs, weekly memos, and open sub-team lead meetings that brought the whole team into the decision-making process. They didn't just clear the haze. They turned it into a forecast of purple success. With a mission to empower every student to grow and contribute, congratulations to Team 418.
From the Liberal Arts and Science Academy from Austin, Texas, it's Purple Haze.
And now we move on to the Professionalism Award. The Professionalism Award honors a team that represents Woody Flowers' idea of gracious professionalism. This is what the judges had to say about the winning team. From their thoughtful interactions with FRC volunteers to their generosity and compassion throughout this event, this team has shown that competition and kindness go hand in paw. Please join me in congratulating Team 2582.
From Lufkin High School, from Lufkin, Texas, it's Panther Bots.
Let's give once again a hand to Team 2582 as they come together to war. And with that, let's once again give a hand to both teams that just got their awards. I want to thank our judges for joining me here. And we'll be back after match of the team with a little bit more of awards, and we'll continue on seeing how the tournament goes.
All right, congratulations to our award-winning teams and welcome back. We are here in the lower bracket, round 5, match 13. We're over here on the Red Alliance side where we're gonna meet our Alliance number 2 one more time, maybe more than once later, but let's introduce Team 6800.
From Austin, Texas, it's Valor.
And over here, 9418 knows what's cooking.
From Spring, Texas, it's Pasta Bots.
And then joining them is 6357.
From Dripping Springs, it's the Spring Constant, along with their 4th robot partner, 8515 Photon.
All right, up against Alliance 2 in blue over here is Alliance number 5. They're looking very blue in as 9140.
From Austin, Texas, it's the Robobots.
And along with them is 10118.
From Houston, Texas, it's the Big Ten.
And looking bright in orange, we've got 5892.
Also from Houston, it's the Energy Heroes, along with their 4th robot partner, 4336 Ramageddon Robotics from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Drivers behind the line, we're getting started with match 13 in 3, 2, 1, dive.
This is a very important match, folks. The winner of this match will move on into the finals, while the losing alliance will be eliminated from the tournament. So it's important for these robots to perform at their very best in order to survive. We are nearing the end of Autonomous, where 2 algae have been scored, along with 5 coral, I believe, on the Blue Alliance side. A score of 35-53 at the beginning of this match. Blue with a slight lead. Will we see an upset from Alliance 5 against Alliance 2? We will see in a couple minutes. So far, we have all 6 robots playing offense with no defense so far, trying to get as many points as possible in order to advance into the finals. 9418 Pasta Bots just grabbed that coral and I'm going to add it onto that reef eventually, while 6800 Valor are going to drop that algae off at that barge. 9140, the Robobots have dropped off their coral, while the Big Ten are going to grab that last algae from that coral reef. 5892 kick that coral out of the race so they can score another coral in its place. The Big Ten coming over to now pick up that algae from the back of the field, it looks like, or maybe a coral. 6800 Valor dropping off that coral and grabbing another algae so they can score it into that barge. A minute and 17 seconds left. Score is 85-109. Red Alliance still has a little bit of catching up to do if they want to go into the finals. The Big Ten over here dropping off some more coral onto the reef. Again, this is all about points here, so no ranking points scoring will matter. Right now, it is 108-122. Red has catched up a little bit, but there's still work to be done against the Blue Alliance here. 63-57, the Spring Constant are going back and forth from their coral station back to the reef, assisting the Red Alliance here. Still, no defense is being played. 9140 going back and forth from their coral station back to the reef. 6800 Valor also helping out with that coral, going from the coral station to the reef. All alliances working for that coral reef score. 6800 Valor playing against 5892 Heroes as they come over to the red side of the field and now play some defense. We are entering the end game here, folks, with 15 seconds left on the clock. We see 9140, the Robobots, lining up for that cage on the backside of the field. The Spring Constant also lining up to eventually climb. We see 9140 starting to lift off. All 3 robots from the Red Alliance are going ahead into the red barge zone. 2 robots on the Blue Alliance have climbed, while it looks like almost 2 from the Red Alliance have climbed. We will see scores in a minute. Now have scores for the match 13. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here, folks. Another upset here in the playoffs. We have a score of 204 to 174. Alliance 5 will be moving on into the Finals 1 match soon. But please give a round of applause to Alliance 2 for 6800 Valor, 9418 Pastelbot, 6357 the Spring Constant, and 8515 Photon for making it all the way into the playoffs this far.
And we are back again. What an exciting match that was, match 13. Congratulations to both alliances. We're going to have incredible finals, but let's give it one more time a hand to the team that just got out in this match. They did an incredible job. They had an incredible performance throughout the tournament. And we want to now take the time to announce a couple more awards we have over here with our judges, Sydney and Sonny, once again, first alum joining us. And the first award we'll be giving out in this segment is the Programming Award. This award celebrates a team that elevates their robot's performance through creative and effective software innovation. This team blazed an innovation trail across TRI by implementing a full-featured custom robot simulator into their iterative design process as a tool, in addition to a debugging environment. Before physically building the robot, their simulation allows them to accurately test archetypes and refine subsystem designs. Please join us in congratulating Team 6377.
From Austin, Texas, that's Howdy Bots.
The next award we're giving out is the Quality Award. The Quality Award honors a team whose robot shines in design, build, and craftsmanship, demonstrating meticulous attention to detail, robust construction, and outstanding engineering. This is what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team crafted an exceptionally durable robot with fully custom arm gearing that was both innovative and powerful, with impeccable electrical management and streamlined mechanisms that held up the entire season. This robot didn't just strike. It consistently injected venomous precision and quality into its competition. Congratulations to Team 8044.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, that's Denim Venom.
The last award we're giving out for this segment is the Strategy Award. The Strategy Award commends a team whose systematic, data-driven approach guides match planning and alliance selection. This is what the judges had to say about the winner of the Strategy Award. This winning team built a custom Tableau dashboard and new scouting app available on the App Store that consolidates real-time data into accessible visual insights for any device. With a seamless integration of performance metrics into organized charts and alliance prep, their system helps their drive team make clear, confident decisions when it counts the most. When it comes to strategic excellence, this team didn't just pivot. They applied just the right amount of torque. Please join us in congratulating Team 1477.
From Conroe, Texas, that's Texas Torque.
And with that, let's give another hand of applause for these teams that have just won this round of awards for us. Congratulations for all of you acquired. And we're going to finish this timeout, and then we'll come back to start with finals here for TRI 2025. And we are ready to throw it right back here with finals number 1 here at TRI. How is everyone feeling? Okay, come on. This is finals. Let's make it loud. How is everyone feeling? Now that's more like it. Now, let me break it down for you a little bit. Over here on red, we got Alliance number 1. Over on blue, we got Alliance number 5. We're seeing some very fun teams competing here with us today. Some very stylish teams as well. So let's get really quickly to introducing our Alliance number 1 with their members looking the most dapper of them all in bright yellow and purple. Give it up for Team 8044.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, it's Denim Venom.
And joining them on this mission to try and take the win for TRI, give it up for Team 10,000.
From Prosper, Texas, it's Rebellion.
And they're here shining bright in gold. Please give it up for Team 118.
From Houston, Texas, it's the Robonauts, along with their 4th partner, Alliance 2582 Panther Bots.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're going to meet with Alliance number 5, starting up with the incredible 9140.
From Austin, Texas, it's the Robobots.
And for those who hadn't noticed, it seems we're having sibling teams on this finals right here. So let's give a warm welcome to the Big Ten. It is Team 10118.
From Houston, Texas, it's the Big Ten.
And taking this last spot, shining bright in orange on this alliance, please make it loud for Team 5892.
From Houston, Texas, it's the Energy Heroes, along with their 4th partner, Alliance 4336 Ryman Gannon Robotics.
And with that, we're ready to kick off finals number 1. So please count it with me if you're here. Drivers behind the line, we're starting this match up in 3, 2, 1, go.
Diving into Finals 1 of the 2025 Texas Robotics Invitational. All teams are quickly moving to score into their autonomous. We see the Big Ten scoring that algae, but it doesn't look like they're going to do an algae steal in this Finals 1 match. Red Alliance with 6 coral scored onto their level 4, while Blue Alliance looks like they have 2 coral. A starting score of 58-26. Red Alliance 1 has a hefty lead against the Blue Alliance here. We'll see if the Blue Alliance can catch up to the Red Alliance. 9140, the Robobots put in a coral, while the 118 and 8044 are putting in algae quickly into their red barge. Rebellion in the background are scoring coral onto the Red Alliance reef, while the Big Ten is also putting in algae quickly into their blue barge. Things are sounding exciting in the stands as they're cheering for their alliances to win this match. 5892 jumping right in with energy onto the Red Alliance field to play some defense. 118 going to go ahead and put some more algae into the barge, while 8044 Denim Venom are going to go ahead and pick up coral from the ground and continue to score into that red coral reef. 9140 Robobots are still going and putting in coral onto that reef, while 5892 are going to go ahead and play some defense. However, the human player from the Red Alliance are throwing that coral in an angle where it doesn't interfere with 5892's defensing. Rebellion still in the background picking up that coral and putting it onto that Red Alliance reef. That Red Alliance reef almost completely filled while we still have 57 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if we get our very first 100% refill in Finals 1 of the Texas Robotics Invitational. The Big Ten putting in more coral on that level 4 reef as Alliance 1 is about to approach that 200 score. Looks like Red Alliance still has 3 reef spots empty that they can put in. However, they're focusing on putting in coral on that level 1 trough for that extra points. 9140 still putting in coral onto their reef as quickly as possible, while 5892 is still playing defense in the background, waiting for its prey to ram into. 118 going and helping out with putting in coral onto the level 1 trough as well. We're about to end this match with 10 seconds left on the clock. Rebellion already climbing along with 118. 9140 is about to climb up as well. Looks like all of Red Alliance has climbed. We'll see how many from the Blue Alliance will climb as we end this match. We have our scores for the Finals 1 match of the Texas Robotics Invitational. It is going to be a Red Alliance victory starting off here in our finals with a score of 260 to 154. A new event high score from our Alliance 1 team. They're going to take the first win in this Finals 1 match. We'll be heading into Finals 2's match event shortly. We'll see if the Blue Alliance can catch up because both teams need to score 2 wins in order to win this year's Texas Robotics Invitational. Red Alliance only needs 1 more win while Blue Alliance will need 2.
What an exciting finals one we just saw over here on the field. The teams are giving it their all. We cannot wait for finals two because this is about to get so much better than just this one match. But for now, I'd like to welcome back Sonny and Sydney, our judges here on the field, because we want to give out the awards to the winners of our Girls Drive tournament. As you know, we had several alliances sign up and we competed in a round-robin set of matches and then had a final where we determined a winner yesterday. And now we'd like to congratulate the winners of said tournament, starting with naming the alliance number 6, starting off with team 8044.
Venom from Denham Springs, Louisiana.
And we also would like to welcome one of their partners. Please give it up for team 5892.
Energy Heroes from Houston, Texas.
And we'd like to give also a big round of applause to their second partner. Please give it up for team 5908.
Spartan Robotics from Stafford, Texas.
Let's once again hear it for 5908. And with that, once again, let's give a big round of applause for the teams for Alliance number 6, the winner of our Girls Drive Tournament 2025. And with that, the teams who won can come back and take their picture in a sec. But for now, we're going to leave the field so we can get ready for finals number 2. Congratulations, teams. How is everyone feeling before finals number 2? Thank you. That's awesome. So we brought our judges back here because we have a very special award that they would like to give out. This is the very first and only edition of the Sonny and Sydney Award. And I'm going to let our judges tell you a little bit more about the winner. This is going to be given out to specifically one mentor, and I'm going to let them tell you more about it.
So this mentor was really integral in putting on this competition and has been a huge impact to us personally, and also has just been a really big impact to the FIRST community as a whole. So I would like to congratulate
Mary Wynn from 3847.
Let's give a warm hand to our winner and our judges, and we'll come back to play finals 2. And after giving out this incredible award from our judges, we are ready for finals number 2 here on TRI. How is everyone feeling? Okay, so as you know, Alliance 1 won the first match. Alliance 5 still has a chance to turn this into a best out of 3. Let's see how the teams are going to do on this round, and let's hope for the best for everyone competing. So let's start off by meeting once again the teams on Alliance number 1 on the red side of the field. On this very first spot, looking sharp with the Blazers, please give it up for team 8044.
That's Denim Venom from Denham Springs High School Center Robotics Center. They were also the winners of the Archimedes division at the World Championship this year.
And now I want to take the time to say just one question. What time is it? It is team 2582.
That is Penverbots from Lufkin High School from Lufkin, Texas. They are the winners of the San Antonio First in Texas District event.
And bringing gold to the field as they want to take the gold home. Please make it loud for team 118.
Winning way too many events this year, including the Milstein Division winners at first championships. It's the Robonauts.
And we move on to the blue side of the field where we are meeting up with Alliance number 5 who are fighting for their second chance. Make it loud for team 9140.
Those are the Robobots from McNeil High School in Austin, Texas.
And they want to take the gold home. Please make it loud for the Big Ten. They are team 10118.
That's Big Ten from Houston, Texas, also in Clear Creek Independent School District.
And they're here to bring the energy back to the field in this one. Let's hear it for team 5892.
They were the First in Texas District champions in 2024 from Houston, Texas. It's Energy Heroes.
Drivers, behind the line. We're starting finals number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
This might be it, or we will have one more match. We'll see here in finals match 2 of TRI. 10-118 running their center auto. They're going to go for their 2 algae instead of their steel. 25-82 moving to the side that 10-118 would go into their algae. 118 heading forward, beats it. Denim Venom hitting 2. Denim Venom now grabbing an algae. Same with 118 going up into the net. Both of these robots looking to clear the net as early as possible to get as much coral scored. 118 going for those super cycles. Looks like 118's elevator is stuck on their climb, so it might not be able to reach a low set point. 118 might be down here. We had 10, 118 on the other hand. They are ready to go. They score some algae into the net. Now they're going to go get another piece of algae going to the net. Energy Heroes now going to play some defense against 118. 10, 118 just scored in the barge. Same with 118. 118 gets their elevator unstuck, so they're ready to go again. 10, 118 now looking to score more coral. Same with 9140. 9140 loading at the human player. 10, 118 flooding that field for that blue line, trying to score as much as possible. Right now, score showing 114 for red with a minute 20 left on the clock. 8044 just scored in that barge. 118 looking to grab another piece of coral and score on that reef, while 2582 does the same. 2582 really consistent source robot, looking to score as much as possible here. 8044 tries to go, but looks like they just barely missed. They're grabbing another piece of coral that was right by them, and they're going again, dunking on L3. 118 is seeing a lot of defense from 5892 Energy Heroes. Let's see if they can stop the loading from Panferbots. Panferbots now looking to score L2. They get it down. 10-118 now scoring into the net. Right Alliance coming back here with a score of 100 with 40 seconds left. 10-118 now going on L3. They get it down. Now they're going for a second piece. They're going to L3 again. They get it. Robobots continuing to score on L3 here. We got for 25 seconds left. 118 starting to do the trough. That red reef is almost filled. Not going to be filled enough by the end of this match. We're in the endgame period of this match. 8044 going for a last second algae. We're gonna see some climbs now. 118 is gonna start going to climb. 8044 is gonna go for a last piece of algae and try and climb. Let's see if 8044 gets it. 8044 is up. 118 is up. Panferbots are up. 10-118 looks like just barely misses the climb. Robobots are up, and that's gonna end our match here. And we have our scores ready here for finals match 2. Will we go to a finals match 3? We will see. No, we will not. It'll be a Red Alliance victory. And that means our number 1 seed of Romanauts, Denim Venom, Panferbots, and Rebellion will win tier right here. But please, let's give a big round of applause to our number 5 seed, including Energy Heroes, Big Ten, Ramageddon, and Robobots. Please give a big round of applause to our finalists here in the Blue Alliance.
Congratulations to all the teams who participated here today with us. We know we're a little on the empty side and on picture time right now, but we want to take the time to recognize our event finalists right now. I want to give them out some awards, so if you're near the field, please be sure to approach us so we can hand you your trophy and give you a well-deserved recognition for all the effort you put into this competition. Now, let's welcome Alliance number 5, event finalists for TRI 2025, starting off with Team 5892. We also want to give a warm award and a warm recipient to Team 10118. Let's also congratulate 10118. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Can you get the rest of your alliance members like up for the finals? It's okay. If not, but like we'll find them.
And we also want to give a warm congratulations to Team 9140. And we also want to give a congratulations to Team 4336. And now we want to take the time to recognize our event winners. This year's winner were Alliance number 1, led by their captain, Team 118. We want to give a big congratulations as well to their first pick, Team 8044. We also want to take the time to recognize their second pick. Please make it loud for Team 2582. Congratulations. And we want to give a last and very warm applause to Team 10,014. And with that, we want to thank all of you for joining us here for the TRI 2025 and for this award ceremonies. Congratulations to all the teams, and we hope to see you back again next year.